Hello. Hello, everyone. Are you receiving me in the Wikidata room? I don't think you are because I don't see many reactions. Excuse me. Excuse me. Thanks. I'm listening. I'll try to remember. Ta. Can you hear me? Hello? Hello. If you leave me now, you take away the biggest part of me. I better keep it PG-13 then. Hello. I'm a bit quiet. What about if I move it closer to my lips? How's this? People. Hi there. How about now? Hello there. Welcome to day 2 of WikidataCon. And you hear me now? Testing, testing. 1, 2, 3. Everyone receiving?
Yeah, we can hear you. I can hear you from Ghana. Good morning.
Wonderful. Thank you. Thank you for letting me know. Hello, everyone. Welcome to day 2 of WikidataCon. Thank you all for joining us today. We've got a pretty busy schedule and we should be starting imminently. So before we start with our first session, I'll just go over a couple of quick room rules to remind you. If you'd like to see the schedule, you can find it on pre-talks or on wiki at event:/WikidataCon_2025. We're using Jitsi Meet, which you all know because you're here in the Jitsi room with us. And I'd like to remind you to, if you're not speaking, if you could please mute your microphone and disable your webcam, not only to not distract the speaker, but also just to preserve the connection for yourself and for everyone else in the room. If you want to react, there is a button with an upward-facing palm or hand in the middle of the bottom bar. If you click the hand, it will raise your hand and indicate you want to raise a question. If you want to react with a heart or a laugh or a surprised face, there's a little upwards-facing chevron in the top right of the button. If you click that, there'll be a sub-menu and you can react there. We do have live translation services today. We do have with an app called Star Eve, and you can find it by using this QR code or going to the link that's highlighted there. And there's a selection of languages available. You'll just have to navigate to the bottom left of the menu, and there'll be a downward facing chevron, and you can choose which translation you'd like to have. If you'd like to have English captions, just leave it on none, and it should produce. But you'll want to keep Eve running in a separate browser tab or on your mobile device. What else do we have? To catch up, all of these sessions are being recorded, so if you don't want your face or your voice to appear on recording, please mute your microphone and disable your webcam. Later, they'll all be uploaded to Wikimedia Commons. And if you don't like Jitsi or you're not able to join in Jitsi for some reason, we'll see you over on the YouTube live stream. Does anyone actually, do we have the YouTube live stream link available somewhere? We're going to add it to the event page imminently, and we'll post it in Jitsi Meet and everywhere appropriate, like Telegram. In fact, but ignore this link because that's yesterday's link. We'll update this with the second link very soon. But if you want to help us take notes, we do have a dedicated Etherpad, and you can click the link there and join us. If you want to ask a question but you don't want to say with your voice or your connection is not very good, write it in the question and answer section for the appropriate session, and one of us here at WikidataCon will answer it on your behalf. And if you'd like to stay up to date, if you want to meet more Wikidatians or Wikimedians, we have a dedicated Telegram group. We'd love for you to join the discussion there. So that's enough of the preamble. Our first session today is from, forgive my pronunciation, Nkem Osigwe, PhD, Doreen Appiah, and Stanley Bokier-Akompong. And it's going to be on robust authority control systems for Africa using Wikibase. So, Nkem, Doreen, and Stanley, are you ready? Are you here?
Yes, I'm here, and I'm Doreen Appiah, and I'll be representing the team this morning. So I am here, and I'm ready.
Wonderful. Then, would you like to share your screen for the slide deck? And
yes, let me try and share. If I'm not able to share from here, then maybe you share from the end for me.
Sure.
I'll do my.
Give it a try, and then let us know.
Yeah.
Figure it through.
Share screen.
And for those out there joining us from different time zones, we're very happy to have you here. It's morning for us, but yesterday when we were doing it in the evening, we recognized that there's probably people from Asian or Australasian time zones that couldn't join us. So we're really, really happy to have as many people join us as we can.
So I can, let me see. I think you have to share from your end for me. What I'm seeing is share video, share audio. I'm not seeing share screen here. This is the first time I'm using this app, so
sure, no problem. We can try. We can guide you a little bit, and if that doesn't work, we can try.
Sure, you can.
Do you see a right-facing arrow, and it's in between the chat button and the camera button, and it should say "Start screen sharing" when you roll over it?
Yeah, let me see. Chat, and then
depending on the amount of screens you have, it might ask you to choose a particular browser tab or an independent window. And it might be better if, I think it usually works better if you take your tab with your slide deck on and make it its own independent tab, so no other tabs with it, and then you can select that one.
Oh, okay. I have seen share screen. All right. So I think I'm good to go. Please, can you see my screen? I'm sharing now.
We do see your screen, yes.
Okay, thank you.
It's a little bit compacted. I wonder if you try pressing F11, if it might full screen it. Or you have a full screen button in the top right next to the settings button.
Let me see F11. Why can't I find it?
Just on the other side, on the top right.
Nope, can't find it. Okay, let me. Yeah.
Oh well.
Is it okay now?
I think.
Is that okay?
I think it'll work right, everyone? They will work, yeah. Yes, please, thank you so much, Doreen. And yeah, let's see the session on robust authority control systems for Africa libraries using Wikibase. Thank you.
Yes. All right. Thank you very much. Like I said, my name is Doreen Apia and the staff of AFLIA. With me, this presentation is being done by myself together with Dr. Nkem Osigwe, who is the Director of Human Capacity and Training, and Stanley Boache Echampon, the Research Coordinator of AFLIA. I am the Program Officer for AFLIA. One may ask why this robust authority control for African libraries. We at the AFLIA is the Continental Library Association for Africa here. And so our business is to ensure that libraries in Africa are doing well. First of all, librarians, we build their capacity, we help them develop their library to a level where the library as an institution will be a force to reckon with. Because if you are in a part of Africa where most people don't like reading and they don't even see the essence of libraries, because some, quote and unquote, feels that the library is for the rich, you will understand where we are coming from. And so we believe that as much as we can, we should do everything to involve even the person in the village who doesn't understand what library is, by trying to also building the capacity of the librarians to be able to also serve their communities. So that is the background of what we do at AFLIA. So the table of contents for our presentation today, we look at the background, the gap, and then the case study we have used, and we look at the challenges, our next steps, and then our conclusions. So from the background, like I said, AFLIA's investigation and observation revealed that African national libraries mandated as national depositories and producers of national bibliographies hold and generate large volumes of data and information about African cultural heritage. If you go to our national libraries, you realize that there are a lot of information. They hold a lot of data about Africans and about our cultural heritage, about so many things we do. But then all these things are kept within our systems. And most of these are maintained in a partial or legacy bibliographies, often in static forms. Sometimes you go there, you realize that they are in PDFs, offline in MAC records. Sometimes they are even on still on the catalog cards. And then as we discovered this, we decided that what would that be? We realized from our various activities on Wikipedia that most or some of these articles, especially of articles written or information about Ghanaians, Nigerians, and Kenyans, have been linked to databases and repositories and in other libraries or outside the continent. Some of this information are linked to other countries or in other libraries outside the continent. And that we decided that to bring all these things together, we need to have something done, something that will direct the individual, wherever they are, to the source or to the particular country of the author of that information. And that is why we decided that with a few digital presence and openly accessible authority files that are available, we can link them to other databases. And so we plan to do a proper interrogation and see if possible, use Wikibase instance that will serve as a semantic authority control to bring all these things together. And AFLIA, based on this, after all our investigations and various meetings, we decided to reach out to Wikipedia or to apply for the Knowledge Equity Fund, and decided to address these disparities that we have seen. So what was the gap? The main gap we realized was that African scholarly and creators' work, even if available within the global authority framework, are linked to non-African national name authority database. And then we also we realize that Wikidata entries for African scholars, authors, or institutions often lack national authority IDs, example from our national libraries. And so we need to link to a structured, it also lacked the link to structured bibliographic data. And then these ambiguities from all other sources must come together. So this was the gaps we identified. Now, the decision was to use national libraries after we looked at all these things. Why do we want to use national libraries? Because they have the access, they are the access points to a nation's published works and intellectual output. Because most national libraries, if I may say most, or let me say all, are legal depository for government, where every document or anything written by the nationals must, a copy must be sent to the National Library for safekeeping. And then they preserve or they serve as a central repository of a nation's literary, cultural, and historical heritage. National libraries also hold the national heritage and resources there. They safeguard it for future generations. And then national libraries also contain information from authentic sources and are well preserved. These are some of the reasons why we chose to use national libraries and not any other library. Now, after we selected national libraries, we zoomed in or we narrowed into one library, which is the National Library of Nigeria. And AFLA decided that we will use their local authors of held in the National Library to develop the National Library of Nigeria Semantic Name Authority repository as a model for developing semantic authority files on Wikibase for national libraries in Africa. So this was the reason why we chose the National Library of Nigeria. Again, the team decided to use the National Library of Nigeria because the library has a comprehensive collection of local authors enabled by the legal deposit, like I said earlier on. National libraries will be able to normalize its data. The National Library of Nigeria have a lot of professionals there, and with being able to do that, when we link them to database, to the Wikibase control number from its digital catalog, they already have the digital catalog there. They have the OPAC there, so it will be easy to link them. And then after doing this, Wikibrilliance around Africa will get a model and documentation about how they can set up the authority control, harnessing the power of open data in Wikidata and Wikibase. And finally, the National Librarian of Nigeria was also willing to use or to allow us to use their database as a model for African libraries. And that was something very important that AFLIA had to look out for. We also realized that over 1,220 Nigerians are in National Library Authority controls around the world. Example, Wole Soyinka, who is well known in Africa and beyond Africa, has 23 was seen in 23 different National Library Authority controls. We also realized that Wikipedia and Wikidata editors or librarians over the world will gain a clearer view of the works of Nigerian authors, and then the National Library of Nigeria will be the go-to place to explore and find data about Nigerian personalities. This is an example of what I was talking about. You realize that Nigeria alone, we found 539 Nigerian personalities in National Library of Germany with enriched data, metadata from different authority controls via the API. And so we decided to use Nigeria as a model. Now, how to start became a problem. Fine, we have agreed on, but we realized that there are so many things we need to do at the background in order for the staff or the selected team to be able to be on the same level with us. And so we started with them. by first of all training them. We trained them, we asked them to retrieve or extract over 5,000 of their metadata on people, on their authors, so that we can see how clear it is. We need to clean the data and then make it ready for use. We also realized that there was a need for a naming convention to be standardized. And so we took them through that. And that's the example I've given. Which one do they want to use? For instance, should the surname be all caps, or it should be like this, or it should be like that, maybe full or appear during? How do they want it? We wanted also to do something to conform with international standards. And then again, we took them through Wikidata and linked data, and we also trained them on Wikibase. Please, I'm in a meeting. I'll call you back. Thank you. Excuse me for that. So the two teams, that's the AFLIA team and then the NLN team, developed the standardized naming convention, like I said earlier on. And then, please excuse me, let me turn this thing off because people will disturb me. Okay. So the project prepared everything, and like I have said earlier on, the Nigerian National Library team extracted over 5,000 database from their authors. Jesus Christ. Can't you understand? I'm busy. A minute, please. Let me turn this thing off. Better. Okay. They extracted, and then everything was clean data. We edited some, we removed the duplicates, ensured that spelling consistency was standardized, and then we identified relevant data fields in the National Library records, for example, name of the author, title, etc., so that we put everything in a consistent format for them to use. Now, we decided to train our NLN people on Wikidata, and we started the training on linked data. Some of the topics we took them through includes how to create items for authors not existing already on Wikidata. Like I said, some of the authors were already on Wikidata. A lot of them actually were on Wikidata because some of the Nigerian Wikibarians have been able to capture them on Wikidata. And then we taught them how to query Wikidata, how to edit statements in Wikidata, and how to link the resources on Wikidata to Wikibase. And then they learned how to find identifiers for the authors as well. Now, the question was, why linked data training? Because they needed to understand the importance of Wikidata. We all know that Wikidata is linked. And so without understanding, first of all, where or what linked data is, it will be difficult for them to understand Wikidata. So we took them through that. We also took them through how to connect both related diverse data sets from various sources on the web, so machine can automatically understand and utilize it. It was one of the reasons why we took them through the linked data. And we also allow for the linked data also allows for seamless navigation and integration of information, and promotes open access structured data and enable easy sharing and collaboration among researchers. So these are some of the reasons why we took them through the linked data training. And then again, we brought them to Wikidata to explain so many things. The question again is why Wikidata is a good place to start. We felt that we cannot go beyond Wikidata or use any other platform to train them. And the reasons again are Wikidata is an open source data repository. It is structured and a link repository. Wikidata is a machine readable. It pulls the information from different linked sources. It has a multilingual language based that enhances data accessibility, because if we understand Nigeria very well, they have over 500 or 400 languages which is very huge. So someone may want to add other languages onto their names or the meaning of other things to their names. So that is why we felt that Wikidata was very, very, very important for us to use. And then again, Wikidata has interoperability and collaboration across various fields and platforms was possible. Now the model. So the team, that is the Aflia team, defined the data model in Wikibase, and we created our Wikibase instance with the address here. We also established the building block for the instances, that is the properties and corresponding values. We created properties and reflect the authority control needs. For example, sex or gender, date of birth, and all these country of citizenship, external identifiers. We aim to maintain the properties and items for all the national libraries in Africa to ensure uniformity and sustainability. And so it was important that Nigeria being the model, we get it right, so that when we are replicating it in other countries, we may not have to be thinking about what to do, the kind of properties we should develop or select for them. So these are the examples. For instance, we have the P1 as a reference URL. You can have the P14 as ORCID number. Then you can have the P2 as sex or gender. You can have P3 as given name or former name or whatever. So these are the examples of some of the properties we created for the NLN. The team also configured the Wikibase cloud instances and created accounts for editors. We had as many as 20 staff from Nigeria who were part of this team because they have a big database of authors. Nigerians can write, they can really write. So they have a big database of authors, and so they needed to have a lot of people in there to be part of the project. And then we map or link key properties to corresponding Wikidata entities. Example, instance of formatter URL, and all these things were marked. And then we also choose Wikibase Cloud, the color and all those things together with them, because we wanted to do something that they will also be happy and be willing to do it, even when Aflia leaves it totally for them. Now, as a model, the project team started to populate the Wikibase cloud instance in batches. And so we use the quick statement to upload, reconcile, and clean entries in bulk. And then the team also requested for external identifiers on Wikidata and prepared a property proposal on that and submitted it. Finally, we were able to, the proposal was approved, and this is the ID for the NLN SNA, that is P13699. So the National Library of Nigeria SNA have this ID. So what are some of the challenges we faced? A few challenges include lack of adequate digital skills. Some people were born before computers, and even those who were born in the computer era, some of them do not have, for instance, the editing skills of Wikidata. They cannot edit Wikidata. They don't even know how to go about it. So these were all challenges. We also faced one challenge, a big challenge that is in Africa. It cuts across Africa, and that is unstable electricity and internet connectivity. Some of the perceived challenges we foresee are the absence of digital library collections, because there are some countries with national libraries who do not have a digital collection. Almost all their collections have not been digitized, and so they have it still in the manual form. And like I said, they don't have the digital catalog. We have unprofessional librarians in there, especially in the management level, without proper understanding of the 21st century information systems. All these are some of the challenges we foresee. But since we have decided to do it, we will surely be up to task and see how best we can address that. So, in conclusion, the AFLIA team has been able to obtain the Wikidata ID for the National Library of Nigeria system NLNs now. We have been able to link the NLN OPAC to Wikibase. We have also increased the capacity of librarians to perform optimally in Wikidata in Nigeria through the continuous training on Wikidata and Open Refined. I can assure you that the team of Nigerians, the NLN team, we finally selected about 10 of them and we took them through extra training. So this group of people, they are very good. They are good because when it comes to their SNAR, the Wikidata, how to edit, link them, and all those things, they are doing very well. We still not leaving them completely because we are still in training with them. Anytime they face challenges, they come back. And then we have developed a 5 module course on Wikibase. A 5 module course on Wikibase that we will use to train all other national library staff who are willing and are ready. And the modules include link open data and libraries, semantic web and libraries, Wikidata as an example of linked open data repository, connecting authority control files to Wikibase, and the final one is doing it for real. So what is the way forward? Our next steps. Our next steps is that AFLIA is working towards replicating this using 2 models. One, the NLN SNAR framework for libraries that have online catalogs. We want to look at that. And then a wiki-based instance for African national libraries without online catalog. AFLIA is considering using the Wikibase to create online catalogs or national bibliographies from which authority names can be teased out. We have started working with the Gambia National Library on this. And we realize they have a few challenges for which we are still looking at. For the 2 models, we aim to maintain standardized vocabularies and properties for uniformity and linking. Now, beyond this, we have also observed the lack of recorded community history in most African national libraries. We have started a pilot project on this by doing the following: getting the permission from a community head in Nigeria to use this village. We chose Nigeria because we have trained the NLN staff. Going through the archival records, including old newspapers and magazines, to find out more about the chosen community, and then identifying the family trees or lines in the village to be able to create a relationship. We aim to use Wikibase to empower African national libraries to not just create semantic authority files, but also datarize their local history. That is a work in progress. So thank you very much for your attention and your time. Thank you.
Thank you. Hello. Am I
Hello.
audible by the audience? Yep. Thank you so much, Doreen. What a great way to start the day with that first session. Alan, do we have any questions or comments from the chat?
Right. So can I stop sharing now so that
Yes,
if
yes,
there's
please. Yeah, you can
so
disable your share screen. And Camilo, if you want to queue up your presentation.
Here I am.
and sorry for the disruption. I'm sorry.
Not a problem. Thank you for joining us. So I think we're ready for the next session here. Camilo, I see you in the audience. I see your screen, your slide
Okay.
ready. I think
Yeah.
we're ready. Yeah. Then, everyone, please enjoy this Wikidata on authority files.
Thanks. So thanks for having me. It's a pleasure to be here presenting about Wikidata and authority files, also on my birthday. So this is a very interesting and complex theme that I will try to squeeze in 25 minutes. I will skip a lot of the slides that you already find on Commons. So I will skip some groups of slides. So a summary. What is authority control and why it matters? I think we can go quickly also because we had the previous presentation that explained it very well. The role of Wikidata in authority control and some conclusions. If you want, there is a longer version of this in English and also a much longer version of this in Italian, already on Commons. So, what is authority control? Basically, libraries. Authority control is a concept born in the world of libraries. They try to create unique access points for books. And so they want to have like entries regarding each person, not only person, also organization, places, etc., that are somehow related with the book. And in this entry, they try to register all the forms of the name, all their forms of the name, so that the users can search the author with different names and can always find it. And at the same time, authority records are also meant to disambiguate between homonyms. So these are the two scopes, basically dealing with synonyms in the sense of collecting all the variant forms of the names of an author, and at the same time disambiguating homonyms. An authority record usually contains a univocal identifier that, of course, is fundamental to link to it. There is a preferred form of the name and possibly variant names, as we said. Ideally, there should be some information about the author in order to make it clearer the identity of the author. This information should be based on references, and there should also be possibly links to other databases, for example, Wikidata, and the authority record should be linked to all and only the pertinent bibliographic records present in the catalog. Okay, all of this is quite easy. This is an example of authority record from Italy. You see below the univocal identifier. Here at the top, the authorized form, variant forms. Here are some basic information about the author, and these are the sources. So basically, this is like very small, but contains all the most relevant parts of an authority record. So authority control is the process of creating authority records, and the group of all the authority records in a library catalog constitutes the authority file. Here there are some interesting slides about the quality of authority records that I will skip using this arrow. No, I will skip them manually. Okay, so basically the most important international initiatives regarding authority files and their interconnection, because of course there are a lot of authority files in the world maintained especially by national libraries, as we said. The three most important initiatives are WIAF, ISNI, and Wikidata. And let's briefly speak about the other two first, so WIAF and ISNI. For WIAF, so WIAF is the Virtual International Authority File. It is a meta-authority file that basically uses algorithms. It's like entirely automatic, and there is an algorithm that periodically uses the data sent by its members that are mostly national libraries. And also it extracts data from the other two that we said, so ISNI and Wikidata. And it tries, as I said, to cluster them, to say that the authority record for Pythagoras in the Italian National Library and the German one and the French one and so on are in the same cluster. It tries to put together the authority records that are about the same entity, person, organization, place, what it is. VIAF is managed since 2012 by OCLC, and it contains, or at least it contained 5 years ago, 22 million persons. So probably now they are more, some more millions, just to have an idea of the dimension. It also contains other types of entities that are not persons, like organizations, works, places, etc. VIAF plays a fundamental role in interconnecting authority files around the world, despite many issues like clusterization mistakes that are due in part to the fact that the national libraries send imprecise data. And so in these cases, correcting the data in the national libraries is usually sufficient to solve the clusterization issues. In some other cases, the clusterization issues are due to mistakes of the algorithms. And in this case, we cannot do nothing. Unfortunately, a lot of wrong clusterizations of VIAF simply will remain there until the algorithm is hopefully changed. There have been also in the last year some relevant governance issues, basically OCLC changing some technical aspects of how VIAF works without previously informing VIAF members and other people in the web that use for example, the VIAF API or the VIAF dumps, etc. So yeah, VIAF has some relevant problems, but still it has 22 million persons, and its clusterization is mostly, with many issues, correct. So it remains a cornerstone of this ecosystem. Then ISNI. ISNI is, I would say, a sort of authority file in the sense that it shares most of the characteristics of authority files, but not all of them. It's managed by the ISNI International Agency that coordinates 3 types of organizations that can edit it: ISNI registration agencies, ISNI members, and direct data contributors. They are libraries, but also other types of entities. This is interesting. Among the entities that can edit ISNI, there are also publishers, universities, and also like YouTube, Spotify, Apple, and so on. I am honestly unsure how much these different type of entities contribute to ISNI, and I tend to think that most is done anyway by libraries. But anyway, this cooperation of different types of organization is interesting. And for this reason, for example, ISNI has a lot of singers or musicians, etc., that are not contained in VIAF, but that are contained in ISNI. The importance of ISNI derives mainly from the fact that it is an ISO standard since basically its founding date, so since 2012. So in theory, it is the identifier that should be used as a standard in the world to identify a person, also an organization, but mainly persons. And it includes, as of this year, 14 million persons. So it's significantly fewer than VIAF, but still it's a lot of persons. So, and as I said, there is no full overlap between VIAF and ISNI. Then we go to Wikidata. So how Wikidata interacts with authority files and can be useful for authority files. Yay. So firstly, this is like a general summary, and let's start with the first point. Okay, we have a few statistics about users that use Wikidata to do like stuff regarding authority control. And basically, if we take these numbers, the numbers below, we can see that there are some hundreds of users that are active in Wikidata, adding authority, the identifiers, the external identifiers of authority files like VIAF, ISNI, etc. Many hundreds of users, of course, like some adding just a few identifiers, some adding tens or hundreds. But anyway, there is a significant community in Wikidata doing these things. So first, requisites to link from Wikidata to an authority file. Basically, the authority file should have URIs for its authority records. If the authority records have URIs, Wikidata can link to them, otherwise not. And on the opposite side, the authority file can always link to Wikidata through the 017 field in Unimark and the 024 field in Mark 21. So also if your authority file doesn't have already URIs for the authority records, you can start put into the authority records the Wikidata ID, so that when the authority records get URIs, you can just make a massive import into Wikidata of the links to your authority records. So yeah, this is the first aspect, how to interlink them. Second aspect, how to reconcile authority files with Wikidata. This, of course, is valid not only for authority files, but is more general. Basically, you can always go manually. This is legitimate. If you have a list of matches, you can just use quick statements. This is the old one, of course. As you know, there is also the newer quick statements 3.0 that can also be used. You can use quick statements to quickly import the matches. And if you don't have yet a list of matches, there are two tools that you can use in order to facilitate the reconciliation, so the matching between your authority file and Wikidata. And these two tools are Mix and Match and OpenRefine. I don't have time in this occasion to explain the similarities and the differences, but if you go to the longer version of this presentation, you find some hints about this. So, of course, reconciling your authority file with Wikidata has many positive aspects, including the fact that your authority file can be displayed at the bottom of Wikipedia articles, as you see here in some screenshots from Italian, English, and Greek Wikipedia. You see at the bottom of the articles links to authority files. So also in terms of visibility, this can be useful. Then, how to use Wikidata to improve authority files. So this could be a very long part, but I will limit to explain these 5 points, and then I will skip the next 20 slides going to the conclusions. So basically, these are the 5 ways in which you can benefit reciprocally of the interaction between an authority file and Wikidata. Some ways regard editing the authority file, some ways regard editing Wikidata, and some regard editing both. So, first aspect, if you, Wikidata user, find mistakes in an authority file while reconciling it with Wikidata, it's important that you have a way to report mistakes to the authority file. So the authority file should have a way that allows you, the reader, to send them reports of things to be improved. This, of course, is mainly a benefit for the authority file, but also for Wikidata, because it avoids that, for example, in the future, someone uses the authority file as a source to import to Wikidata, manually or massively, wrong data. So it's very important to correct the mistakes also in the authority file. Second aspect, through Wikidata and its constraint violations specifically, it's easy to find mistakes that affect the interconnection between the two, and for example, to find duplicates in Wikidata and duplicates in the authority file. So going through the constraint violations, you can find the mistakes in both the two involved parties. And in order to empty this list of constraint violations, you should fix the mistakes in Wikidata and the mistakes in the authority file. If you fix the mistakes only on one side, the list will continue containing the mistakes of the other side. Of course, you can always edit Wikidata manually to improve its quality, and improving the quality of Wikidata also means that, for example, other authority files in other countries of the world will find in Wikidata good data about the authors of your country, and it will be easier for them to compile their authority records using the data in Wikidata about authors of a country of which otherwise they wouldn't know much. They would have difficulties in knowing much. And being Wikidata multilingual, they can basically see the data about the authors also of very distant countries in their language. And so for them, it can be easy to edit their authority records. So fixing the data in Wikidata is very important also to give them a lot of visibility. And then finally, you can do massive imports in both directions, from the authority files to Wikidata, and from Wikidata to the authority files. I cannot give a lot of details about this, but there are already examples of both of these. Basically, in Italy, we have done a lot of imports from Wikidata to the Italian National Authority file, and in the Czech Republic, there have been a lot of very good imports from the Czech Authority file to Wikidata. So these are two examples that can be replicated elsewhere. Now, I will use this arrow to skip to the conclusions. So the benefits of cooperating between an authority file and Wikidata, of course, is making the catalog more visible. As I said, for example, you can have the links from Wikipedia to your authority file. That means to your catalog. You can make your catalog more interconnected. Also, for example, displaying in your catalog data from Wikidata that can be very useful for the reader. And you can make your catalog more correct. Of course, in interconnecting your catalog with Wikidata, you can find a lot of mistakes of orthography, of authority bibliographic records that are wrongly attributed, of authority records without some aliases or outdated. And especially you can find conflations and duplications in authority records. So the work that you do in interconnecting your authority file with Wikidata is also a very, very good way to improve the quality of the authority file itself, fixing many mistakes. And also, this is like a bit sideways, but it can also be interesting to make your authority file more easier to study, so that you can see, for example, which are all the authors in your authority file that speak a certain language, that have a certain field of activity, etc. Drawing this data from Wikidata. Of course, this is doable if you have systematically reconciled your authority file with Wikidata. So it requires a lot of effort, but it can have very, very interesting results. And yeah, this is probably second, it's not the first thing to which you should aim. The most important things, I would say, are the three that I said before: the visibility, the useful information for the readers, so the interconnection and the correctness of your data, but also making your catalog easier to study is very important. So yeah, this is also something to be taken into account. So the real conclusions are these. authority files and Wikidata are both very important in the semantic web, and cooperating is very good for them. What you can do personally, of course, be aware of the existence and the importance of the authority files. If you find mistakes in authority files, report them always. And through Wikidata, you can help authority files in many ways, especially, okay, first, you should try to understand the library panorama of your country and start interconnecting your authority file if possible, and if no one has already started doing it. Then, more practically, in Wikidata, of course, you can propose properties for the authority files in your country. You can create mix and match catalogs for them to start reconciling them at a fastest speediness, because, of course, doing it manually requires more time. If you have mix and match, you go much quicker. When you create items, you should try to enrich them, and of course, carefully deal with homonyms. This is a field, the homonyms is a field in which Wikidata can do huge progresses in comparison with a lot of authority files. So a careful treatment of homonyms is very, very valuable. And if you find mistakes, always report them. And around Wikidata, of course, you can try to establish collaborations with the institutions managing the authority files, so especially national libraries. And more practically, what you should ask is make the authority files visible if they aren't yet. Sometimes they aren't. Periodical dumps are very, very important. For example, to do massive imports, and also to do massive imports, having CC0 is a legal requirement. So releasing authority files in CC0 would enable us to import at least the good quality authority records. So it's important. You should train librarians about Wikidata. If you need help, you can ask Wikimedia Deutschland, that will be surely able to provide. And yay! And you should also try to establish, this is of course more difficult. This is something that basically only Czech Republic has achieved as of now, but establishing some kind of periodical synchronization between authority files and Wikidata is the future. And also, we should increase the number of librarians involved in Wikidata. For coordinating them, starting a wiki project is a good idea. And with all of this, we can advance a lot, both in authority files and in Wikidata. These are some slides about Italy that I will not say, but you find on Commons. So thanks for your attention.
Thank you so much, Camille. That was a great introduction to authority controls and Wikidata. Are there any questions from the audience? And is that hand raised that you want to ask a question, or an accidental chair?
No. Yes, a real question.
Cool.
Yeah. So this is really great work, really interesting. Thanks for sharing. I'm I guess a amateur user of OpenRefine. I've run into a lot of these reconciliation issues. And I've been toying around with ways of basically evaluating different algorithms to do automatic matching. So some of the examples I've seen is like when people have done this reconciliation between authority records, like these are great positive examples. But you mentioned that it's very important to report mismatches. Like, so when there's essentially an overmerge of like, oh, Barack Hussein Obama versus Barack Obama Mandela, two candidates for US president, like these are very similar. They often get mismatched. And like, I'm wondering if like these reports are available somewhere. So one, people won't make the same mismatching approach in the future, and two, if just they can be used as a way of like, I guess, evaluating different approaches. Yeah, and thank you.
So basically, what I said is a bit different. So basically, there could be like mistakes in the reconciliation between an authority file or another dataset and Wikidata, and there could be mistakes in the dataset itself that is reconciled with Wikidata. So what I was saying is like it's important to report the mistakes in external datasets, like if an authority file has the wrong date of birth of a person, or if an authority file has a typo in the name of the person, it is important to report it. And okay, this is one side. The other side is if there has been a mistake in the reconciliation between a dataset and Wikidata, basically, I think that it is sufficient to just, on the Wikidata side, you can just move the identifiers from the incorrect item to the correct item. And this should be sufficient because if someone else in the future re-adds the wrong relation to another item, there will be a constraint violation because the ID will be present also in the correct item, and so this will trigger a constraint violation, and hopefully someone will notice it and solve it. Of course, if the wrong match is also in the external database, then you should also report, please, in this authority record, the correct Wikidata ID is this one and not this one. So ideally, of course, you should have the correct match on both sides, but at least if you fix it in Wikidata, you have the guarantee that if someone re-adds in Wikidata the wrong match, there will be in the future a constraint violation, and so it will be easy to notice this re-addition of the wrong match in Wikidata if it has been fixed before.
I see. Thank you.
Amazing. Is there any last question, or should we move on to our next session? All right, let's move on to our next session. Now we go from the depths of authority control to the depths of Sparkle. And we have a double feature of Thiago and Daniel about rewriting scholarly Sparkle queries for the graph split and federating Sparkle involving Wikibase. Thiago, I believe you start. Is that correct?
Yes, exactly. Thank you, Lydia. I think Daniel is not around yet, but if I am mistaken, Daniel, you can interrupt and compliment me. Hi, everyone. So this is a continuation of a presentation we did at the Wiki site about the Wikidata graph split and so on. So for those of you that were on Wiki site, this might be a little bit repetitive in a way, but the idea is really just to discuss a bit what's happening with the query service and get other people to share their ideas. Perhaps we can go and edit some queries. I made some meter pads, so if you want to work on queries and put there how you would translate them to the graph split settings, we can do it too. But I will start for presentation about the general idea here. Let's see if it goes. If the sound is patchy for any reason that happened yesterday, maybe we can you can just say it to me out loud, and I can try and figure out a way.
I will let you know.
All right. Thanks. Thank you, Lydia. So you can see my presentation now, right? Yeah.
Yes.
Yes. I assume so. So yeah, thank you, everyone. So this is a combination of a proposal that I made and Daniel Meechan made that revolved around the same topic, right? So how we rewrite the Sparkle queries that somehow touched on the scholarly articles components of Wikidata. As you may know, they are not queryable in the same way as 1 year ago. So we need to think about ways to get this information around. So I'll start actually from the end and just acknowledge that I've been working as a contractor under a grant from the Wikimedia Switzerland to do some documenting about this. And this was led by Daniel Meachin and Lane. So in the past few months, I've discussed and connected a bit more with different people that are documenting the graph split. It's a big challenge to document because there's a lot of different things going on in decision processes. And it's really a big infrastructure change in terms of search. So I thank all these different people for working together and getting this information clearer to the community. So this is like a micro timeline from the Wikidata query service from what I could gather. If I got something wrong, feel free also to interrupt me and say, hey, that's not exactly how it happens. But what I see around 2013, Wikidata come to life. It didn't have actually a query service at the moment. There were different ways of getting the data out. There was Magnus Manski's WDQ, and eventually a need of having a Wikidata query service serving full Sparkle compliance appeared. And the foundation search team made a big spreadsheet. It's linked on the presentation, but I don't think I have put that in Commons yet. So I will just very quickly just share it with you so you can have the links. I am sorry. So yeah. Okay. Sorry for that. So there was a big spreadsheet discussing the different services that were available at that point, right? BlazeGraph looks bad for some of us now, but it was actually a very decent decision back in the day. So I will defend the decision of using BlazeGraph. It had full Sparkle support available. It was open source. It was a good decision. But then a few years later, suddenly many BlazeGraph engineers became Amazon Neptune engineers. Amazon didn't buy BlazeGraph, but they bought the people that were doing BlazeGraph support, and they also bought the BlazeGraph trademark. And suddenly updates to BlazeGraph stopped. There was no big announcement of we're stopping support of BlazeGraph forever, but it gradually became abandonware, and that's not good, especially when you have such an evolving community as Wikidata. The growth pains of Wikidata with Wikisite project putting a lot of information, but also with a lot of great volunteers trying to model the world. Things started getting hard to do with a query service that uses software that was abandoned. And the search team at the foundation and Wikimedia Deutschland started to doing updates about this scaling processes, thinking different futures, making calculations about when things would go wrong, and thinking about different backends that could replace BlazeGraph. By 2022, there was no clear path for the backend. There are many different options with their pros and cons, and making a decision there is not easy because we don't want another BlazeGraph situation where we commit to an infrastructure and it becomes unusable in a couple of years. So to buy us time to make a good decision there, it was decided that the scholarly graph would be split out from the main Wikidata graph so we could have time to do things and also experiment a bit more with federation between different knowledge bases that in the front end are the same. Wikidata still looks the same, Elasticsearch the same, the REST API works the same, but for Sparkle queries, we have federation. It started as an experiment in 2023, and then it became more serious, and it was really enforced on May this year. And many tools have been broken. Some have been adapted, and Wikisite happens. People discuss about this, and that's about where we are now, right? So some tools are broken, some are working, some are using a legacy service, and we need to think about the future in different ways. So to sum up, basically Wikisite or information about scholarly articles went to a graph, and everything else went to a different graph. So there's no duplication of content between the platforms. So the system in the background that is deciding if a triple goes to the main query service or scholarly articles, it has a deterministic mechanism, and it goes to one or the other. There's no overlap between both. Not even for labels. This is important later on. So what exactly is on each graph, right? And it's important to remember that when I say graph, I'm just meaning the Sparkle query graph. There is one big graph of Wikidata, but that's not queryable via the main Wikidata endpoints, right? So this is about just a Sparkle query service. So there's a scholarly endpoint, and then there are about 50 different QIDs that, if they are used as instance of values, it means that these items and their properties and values, so everything that has this item as a subject, goes to the scholarly graph. Or if an item has a particular property that denotes scholarly works, they are also zarped to the scholarly graph. And everything else goes to query.wikidata.org, right? It means that books in general are on query.wikidata.org, but scholarly articles are on scholarly, and there are a few details there that you have to be aware of when actually building things on top of that. This is a bit outdated, but that's the slide I had about the size of the graph. So I was a bit impressed to know that there are actually more triples in the scholarly graph than in the main graph, right? So the size of Wikisite information is really, really big. And actually not all Wikisite information is on the scholarly graph, because there's author information and, I don't know, publishing houses and so on. And these all go in the main graph. So it's about half and half. 8 billion here, 8 billion there. This was done in purpose to kind of balance the load. But I think it's an interesting piece of information to know, right? So it's actually half and half in terms of size of number of triples. And how we can get information about articles on the query service now. So there's a query legacy full.wikidata.org. That's currently what Skoda uses in the backend for running the queries. This is supposed to stop working in a few days. I don't know if there are updates, Niflidia or others in the foundation, or in the Wikimedia Deutschland side, know if there will be an extension or not. But this is supposed to not be used. This is just a stopgap measure while we adapt to the new situation, right? We can get information from the main endpoint, query.wikidata.org, if there are no articles in the query, via this endpoint, if only articles are included, but we need to do something called internal federation if we need to combine data from both graphs. And that's, in my personal opinion, where the most interesting queries are, right? When you can combine different bits of information. So I can go through the details of how we make a change, but this is kind of the overall anatomy of the change of the queries that were running, for example, in the Scholia platform before, and how they look after the split. So this is selecting for a particular target, so a particular piece of software. And this query is looking for works that use this software or a subclass of it, and returning with the dates to the user, right? Currently, if you run it on the legacy graph, you get 20 results. If you run it on main, you get only 4 results. Because some of the publications that use this software are not scientific articles in the graph split sense, right? So some information is one graph, some information is in the other. If you want the full picture, you need to unite these two things. So if you look now here on the well, my right side of the screen, and probably yours too, there's how the query would look like after adapting into the split. If you go, I'll quickly go through the query here. So there's the prefix target. So I am fixing the target to be this piece of software. I'm selecting things where, and in the where clause, I have something that is slightly more advanced, and that's a Blaze graph specific hint, and these hints tell the system to not try and optimize the order where it does the queries in the graph. And that's basically because the system sometimes gets confused with federation, so you need a bit more low-level control about how it's doing the search in the backend itself, right? So you need often these kind of optimizations. And then I'm getting the pieces of software from the main graph, so the subclasses of this software. And then I'm running the same query as before, but split. First, I do a service, and the service goes to the scholarly article subgraph. So this is the internal federation syntax. It's getting this information from the scholarly subgraph. And with a union clause, I combine this with information that is being retrieved from the main graph. And then I get the full picture of the result. So that's generally the anatomy of a query in the new situation with the two different graphs. I've set some examples that you can find more about this in the query service itself. This is actually broken right now. For some reason, these examples are in the source page, but are not appearing in the query service. But if you go to the example page, like Wikidata, column Sparkle query service /query/examples, these examples are there. Eventually, they will be in the query service back again. I just have to figure out what's really happening there. And I've also made this little like semi-vibe coded small application that you just get, you put in a query and it runs the different endpoints. So you can see a bit how long it takes in each of them, and also the number of results to see if this query is a scholarly only, as a standard only, or if it's showing results in both graphs and you need something more complex. So this is a small tester that you can use to just test how a query performs in different endpoints. Documents. Oh, this is from Wixsite. I forgot to change the thing, but the format. But the documents about the split are split around many different places. The main one is this Wikidata Sparkle Query Server /WDKS graph split. You also made a different flavoring of this documentation, a bit more oriented towards Wikisite stakeholders, and it's on MetaWiki /wiki /Wikisite/split. So there are these different places where you can find information about the graph split and understand a bit more with different levels of explanation. So now I kind of like have two options here, and I'll just stop sharing a bit. So just so I can ask you. So there are two things we could do now. Have I stopped sharing? I think so. There are two things that we can perhaps do now. One of them is I have some extra slides that go in more detail about how to prepare a query for the graph split, or and a bit more like low-level details on the Sparkle changes that are needed. Or we can go to a more duathon thing. I don't know if Daniel has arrived. And yeah, Daniel is here. I don't know if Daniel has an option. So I wanted like to leave this space a bit more open because we need we need to see. I don't know who is here and what's the interest. So I think we can go and try and maybe we can start with questions, and then perhaps I can go back and show more slides, and we can do a duathon eventually. But I think that it would be most valuable for us if we got some discussions around than just showing a lot of low-level details about Sparkle. So yeah, maybe we can go to questions and a big Brazil flag on the chat. That's fun. Maybe there were a few questions in the chat also, but if anyone wants to open the microphone and ask, that would also be great. comments are also welcome.
I saw one about whether we envision similar graph splits in the future. And I would say, as long as we stick with place graph, the answer is probably yes. On the other hand, if we don't stick with place graph, then maybe we don't need it. We don't know yet. But maybe Lydia wants to say more about this.
Yeah, I think the problem, or well, not the problem, the tricky piece is that for the scholarly articles, it was a very well-defined and large corpus. I'm not sure we have equally well-defined and yet not ultra-entangled other pieces like it that would warrant it size-wise and pain-wise. So given the current makeup of the data, probably not. If we have other really, really huge imports, then probably yes. But I would hope that we are at a point where those things go into a separate Wikibase instance in the first place, as opposed to right into Wikidata. Nicola, yeah, 1 billion stars, for example. Let's please not.
Yeah, I think that's an interesting thing, right? So I wonder how, because there's a big Wikibase ecosystem, and federating things across Wikibases is possible in theory and could be done more. So maybe not splitting out of Wikidata, but splitting before things get into Wikidata. So perhaps Nicholas will make a Wikibase with 1 billion stars, perhaps not using BlazeGraph somewhere, and then connect the information. So I think that's one of the possible futures there, is that we don't split things out of Wikidata, but we just put them somewhere else in the first place in an integrated manner. But I think that Sparkle Federation, internal or otherwise, is also, it has a lot of different caveats, and the tooling is not as mature as we would expect for something that's been going on for a few decades. So there are challenges there also with getting the information across different platforms, right? So there is that. And the legacy query service, there were a few questions about that. I thought the last date was around November something, but maybe it was changed and it's on January. I don't know if Lydia has a few thoughts that she might be sharing on the legacy and when, and if it's, well, anything about the legacy graph or.
Yeah. So it's ultimately up to the team at the foundation, the new Wikidata platform team that is responsible for the query service now. But my understanding is that the current plan is end of the year. If that poses huge issues for someone, let's have that conversation with them.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so this is also something like, I think it's good to have a very open space to talk about these things, because it's not always easy to understand all the different details about the graph split or the Sparkle query service at some point. So for those of us that are in the Wikidata community, but not always in the tech parts of the details, it's not super clear which bits of the Sparkle query service are run by Wikimedia Deutschland and the ones that are run by the foundation. And there were different teams over time, and the search team has great people, but they also do all different kinds of searches, right?
Yeah, exactly.
But now there are people particularly for Wikidata on the foundation, Lydia. Is that correct, or am I?
Yeah. So until recently, the search platform team at the foundation was responsible for the query service backend. They have handed this over now to a new dedicated team, the Wikidata platform team, that is responsible for the query service backend now. On the Wikimedia Deutschland side, we're responsible for the UI, that you see at query.wikidata.org, for example, and the general overall Wikidata picture, of which the query service is, of course, a part.
Yep. Okay. Yeah, I think that's clarifying. That's good, Lydia. So maybe Nicholas has asked if anyone has a broken query to fix. We could try and go together over one query to see how it adapts on the GraphSplat. I can go back. I don't know if Daniel wants to share anything in particular because he's also presenting about Scolio in the next session. But I can also go back to the slides, show a bit more things if it's not too boring, and we can go through a few examples and discuss a bit more. If that's okay, send me an okay message, and then we can proceed with that.
I'm fine to proceed. Yes, we have the other session later on. So first, let's do the hands-on, whatever people want here.
Yeah. Okay. So I'm gonna just share my screen and show a few more slides, and then go to a more hands-on ish activity, and we go through and figure out a bit of the challenges there. Makes sense. I will screen share again. All right. So, okay. So I had a few more slides. This was basically from the wiki site about how you would change a query. So, for example, some queries have property paths that connect, that are like shorthands for different things. For example, in this case, we have a line saying a work. It uses a subclass of star a target, right? So subclass or a subclass of subclass, etc., of a particular target item. And this slash symbol, works.
Thiago, I think we lost you to the Wi-Fi.
Sorry, folks, we're just having some teething problems.
Daniel, do you by any chance want to explain?
Well, from the scholarly graph, and if you okay,
now we can hear you again.
Oh, okay, I was off.
Yes.
I will go. Maybe I can go slowly, because if I go fast, perhaps it just doesn't compute the bit rates. I don't know.
Yeah. Whatever. Can you go back one? We did not see this one yet. And before that, this is where you cut off, where you're explaining the property path.
Yeah. Okay. So the property paths, they are a way to kind of, thank you, Lydia. They are a way to sometimes for simplified syntax, let's say in the Sparkle query. And if you're going to use the split, you cannot use these property paths. You need to open up them so you can get part of the information from one graph and part of the information from the other. And for that, you need to figure out which parts of your query are actually coming from which graph. So in this case, the work projection may be coming from the scholarly graph, if it's the work is an article, or the main graph, if it's a book, for example. The direct target, in this case, is a piece of software. Softwares are in the main graph. The publication date for the work, if it's article, it comes from the scholarly graph. If it's if it's a book, it comes from the main graph. So you need to kind of go through these one by one and see where they come from. Then you need the service keyword and the internal federation syntax to get this information there. Service WG subgraph scholarly articles, and this makes a query in the main service federate or get some of the information from the other query service. At this point, this query gives you 16 results because it's only getting the information from the works that are in the scholarly graph. So I can add a union there and get the information from both graphs. But if I do this, I get a timeout. And I get this timeout because Blaze Graph, as I mentioned, an abandonware, is not super good at figuring out how it should do this query. So it tries to kind of getting all the information from the different graphs before filtering by the software pieces. So we need to deal with this timeout and add a hint that says, please run first this bit and then the other bits. And it's a bit of low level, but that's what you need to make it really work in practice, right? And another thing was an extra bit. This is not super hands-on, but it's kind of hands-on-ish. So if you, before the split, if you had no service week-based label, you would get no labels at all. But if you added this service week-based label, this special magic thing, you would then get the labels for the work and the authors. For this particular query with Lydia, of the works that were written by Lydia, right? Sorry, Lydia, to put you on the spot again, but yeah, anyways, it was a good example. But now, if you run a query like this, you see doing a federation. So I am getting the author QID, looking for works in the scholarly graph, then using the service wiki-based label keyword. I get the labels for Lydia, but for some reason, for the works, I get just the QIDs. So I don't get a label. These labels are not stored in the main graph, but for some reason, it retrieves the QIDs as strings. I don't know exactly why, but that's probably not the behavior that you want when you want to get labels. You would expect kind of having labels as before, but you need actually to run the label service twice, one inside the main graph and one inside the federation query. But to run the service label inside the federation query, you need to make it a subquery actually, and add a select statement for that. So this becomes a bit more involved, but this is the type of changes that you need if you want to use the service wiki-based label from both graphs. So that's, and then you get the behavior as you wanted before. Basically, this service gets the author label and the other gets the work label. And if you get both together, you get both labels, right? So there are many questions that we could get, like the MediaWiki Action API. Can I do it from both graphs? Can I do it in different ways? And if I have works in both endpoints, how can I get the labels there? Is the split making queries actually faster, or no big changes now? Are we going to get timeouts, or more timeouts, or less timeouts with the federation? Will I need to rewrite these queries again in the future? So all these questions appear, and they don't have easy answers in different ways, right? And I would make just a side note to QLever. That's one of the different platforms that could perhaps replace Blaze Graph. And it has been the go-to option for many people that want fast performance in a particular set of queries. So I think that at this point, everyone that uses Sparkle Query Service should be aware of QLever and at least use it in different ways. but it's important to note that it doesn't use BlazeGraph syntax. So a lot of the things that we use in the Wikimedia ecosystem, they are not Sparkle specific, they are BlazeGraph specific, and so these need to be changed. And maybe Daniel is going to talk a bit more on that in the next session about Scholia and so on. But we can also go and try and do it from scratch and see how we perform in doing these things together, right? And please do interrupt me and ask questions if you have them. I'm just gonna get the link here for the Etherpad, and I'm going to go through one of these queries randomly and try and do. You can, if you have a query that you would want me to work on, I can use it, but I'll start by this one that is just here. I'll just add my name next to the name of the query just to follow. If anyone else wants to work in parallel, you're welcome. This might not be the case, but all right. So I'll just get this query. And let's go in query legacy full.wikidata.org, and let's try and run it there. Svelehaft. So, oh yeah, okay. So
the horizontal line.
Yeah, sorry. All right. So yeah, thanks, Daniel. So then it runs normally, right? So these are the different pieces of software that are co-used with NELTK. It's a particular thing. All right. So the natural language toolkit, that's the software we are looking for. And these are softwares that are co-used with it, right? So scikit-learn, Wikidata, Matplotlib, and so on. 58 results. And this is in the query legacy graph, right? So let's try and run it on query.wikidata.org and see what we get here. We get less results, but we get some results nevertheless. These works are probably not scholarly articles. So there's a book, for example, it's a written work, but it's not going to the scholarly graph. Okay, and just for completeness, I'll try and run it on QLever also, just to see what happens with this particular query. If we execute it there was invalid Sparkle query token with was not recognized, and that's because this particular syntax with as result is BlazeGraph specific. So it's not standard Sparkle, and it won't work on other engines that are compliant with the Sparkle standard, but not compliant with BlazeGraph specific things. So let's start and try and decompose or denormalize, perhaps, if you want to make or this query in a different way. But yeah, so maybe here we have the property path. So I will split it apart. This should run exactly as before. Oops. Yeah. I need also to put the work here. Interesting. So it's taking a lot of time. Sometimes the property paths make things faster to go, but the result in the end was the same, right? So then we got in optimization land, and it's tricky. But yeah, it ran, it got the information. It's here. Let's see what else we could do. So now maybe I'll try to remove the BlazeGraph specific syntax. what I could do here is first select this information, where, and then make it all of this together in a single big subgroup, right? So I just remove the different. So if you're confused about what I'm doing, you can ask me. Maybe I am also confused about what I'm doing, so we can have some back and forth. And that's the thing. This might have some issues. Okay, yeah, I have okay. I need actually to separate this subquery. It failed late. So yeah, okay. So here we have a subquery that is doing the selection of the information, and then this is and after it selects these things, we run the Wikibase label service and then do the count. So this is mostly standard Sparkle, but not exactly because of the label service. This is Wikimedia specific kind of syntax, not Blaze Graph specific, but Wikimedia specific things. So this will, I think this is correct Sparkle, but it will take forever to run. It will probably time out. Oh, it didn't. Good. It worked as before. So we could refactor this query and got the same results, but now without using the Blaze Graph syntax. Performance is much worse, right? So this wouldn't be good in practice, but it's more standardized and more flexible to other systems. The fact that you can write things in different ways and performance is not the same, this isn't like my fault, right? Theoretically, this optimization should be the system's responsibility. That's the whole idea of having a high-level language and a system that works in the background, is that the language just tells me what I want, and the systems figure out how it's going to do it. Again, another mark of using a software that is not being actively improved. It's often these little details that then make something not work in production, right? So this is good, but if I put this on QLever, it won't really run because of the label service. And then, and then there's, the prefix doesn't work on QLever, and the service itself doesn't work too. So I'll just remove this line and run it. It didn't run again. Why? So now, target here, it should run. Interesting. Okay. If anyone can spot where the error is, just let me know. I'm trying to run here without the label service. It should work, but not get the labels. Yeah, that's what I expected. I just put it back again.
What would happen if you delete the direct target and make it a path query?
If I delete it, like
no,
here?
line 11 and 12, merge 11, merge line 11 and 12. Not delete, but make it the way it was originally, without the direct target.
Good. Yeah, this should be working on QLever because it's only one database, so it should work. But there's something that I'm getting wrong here somewhere, and I'm not really figuring out what. Maybe let me just try this also. It could be that this is the reason. Not really.
What about removing the subquery? You have a query in a subquery.
Yeah, true. I would just actually like remove the super query. And it might be easier to debug. I don't really need the other query right now because of many reasons. That's a good suggestion. So order by desk, I think it was desk count. There's something happening here. I'm not really sure what is not working. Let's just sanity check if QLever is working fine. Yeah, it is. Target thing. Error processing query. Prefix target was not defined.
Well, what about removing a P279? Perhaps that's the one that.
Oh yeah, I think that's actually the filter query that might have some issues here. I don't know exactly why. So this is one of the things. QLever has also some different. It's not fully implemented, so this particular bit may not be implemented. The filter co-used different from target. So if I take this out, I actually get like the information. So there will be some repetition here, but the information is there. Interesting. Let just me try again like this and just, yes, that was the problem-ish. I don't know why. So yeah. So that's the reason. So sometimes we ask ourselves, why don't QLever is accepted directly as the backend? And maybe there are little details that need to be worked out and figured out. So maybe this particular syntax is not supported for some reason, or I am not seeing something here. This might be BlazeGraph specific, and I'm not remembering it correctly.
And maybe if you run into stuff like that, do report it to the Clever team so they can look into.
Yes. I will send them the recording. I will do it after, I guess. I think, well, I could do it now, and also like it's also something, but maybe I'll just go back and try and get the query running in the new setup so we can go through the split.
Nikki is asking, shouldn't it be question mark target and not target colon?
So this is okay.
I think maybe that's the reason. We are misusing the prefix kind of variable, and maybe that is something that.
Yeah, this is like we have BlazeGraph syntax, we have Wikidata syntax, and then we have Scholia conventions on how to use the system. And this might be one of the reasons why. So I will just try and remove the Scholia conventions here. The question mark target, yes, if it would be a variable, but it's actually not a variable. It's just a fancy way of setting up a fixed kind of thing. So let's see if it works like that. No, it doesn't. So yeah, it's that was just like the Scholia style of doing things, but it didn't affect the QLever service. So I think this is something that should be looked into with more detail. It might be just the filter clause not working as expected. I don't know if we could use something like minus values co-used.
You can probably cast them to a string, both of them.
Cast them to a string and then compare the strings.
str and then compare them.
This actually worked. So yeah, this is supposed to be kind of equivalent. This should be like equivalent syntaxes in a sense, but this doesn't do that. Gives me nothing. This gives me 59, so it gets repetition, right? And if I do the minus, I get 58. So it works. but you shouldn't use future, but use minus. Casting as strings, it could probably work too. That's also a good idea. Yeah. Okay. Right. I think that's a good demo of the kind of stuff that you work when you try to move things around. In this particular case, future is standard Sparkle, right? It's just not implemented by the QLever team yet, or implemented in a different way. So these things happen. It's not easy to make a system that complies with all the bits of the standard, right? And makes it in a performative, efficient way. Okay, but we managed to run it on QLever. It just doesn't have the labels yet. So QLever has an automatically add names to result button. I actually don't know if that works. Okay, there was a memory limit during the computation of a cross product, so this didn't actually work. Maybe I'll need to go the old way and co-used RDFS label, co-used label, or in this case, it suggested me to use underscore. So, and then I go just, I wonder if future is going to work now as I expect.
Yeah, Daniel was saying that QLever does support filter, but maybe not the specific syntax you were using.
So yeah, maybe it doesn't support like this one. Oh, it is supporting.
Yeah. And if you run into issues, definitely support it upstream because they've been very responsive to tickets.
Yes, I will ask them. Probably like it's something that I'm not seeing, but here there's an X, but it's okay. But it's getting the co-use label here in English, even though there's a big red X there. I might maybe see a point or something. Work RDFS label, work label. And then I'll just get it in English. So the memory limit was seeded. If I put it here, work label selected but not aggregated. Okay, so that actually shouldn't work because it's not. Let me see. And then, oh, I need example work label. That's what's getting me the problem because I'm exporting example work, and I need actually the example work label. Oops. Example underscore work and example underscore work.
You need an E on example.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, good catch. And I get nothing, and I don't get an error. That's the weird part, right? So there's. Anyways, I won't go through this more. There's something happening, and I'm not really sure what it is. It might be I'm missing a line somewhere. This was working just fine. It's not anymore. I am doing something wrong somewhere here. Maybe this was this future that was, yeah. Okay, there was a future up there that was not getting the correct things. So example work, REFS label, example work label. Not the autocomplete completes with a different casing than the query service. So this is also something to note. And yeah, okay, it worked eventually. Less lines because perhaps some of them don't have titles in English, they have titles in French or whatever. But that's the general idea of it. So maybe we just come back here and try and do, like, this was the legacy one. Maybe we try and move it to main and try to run it now. And it gets some results again, but not all of them. So we need to do the bit where we actually get the information about the co-used things from the service. WD sub. Now I have to check the syntax again. There's no autocomplete for that yet. WD subgraph, scholarly articles. That's it. WD subgraph, scholarly. So no autocomplete. I'm yeah. So this is something that could be improved on the UI side. Scholarly graph, work and future co-used equals target. Service UI is not allowed. Maybe scholarly graph. Maybe I misspelled it. Scholarly articles. Scholarly articles. Yeah. Okay. It's not allowed because it doesn't exist. And then I get 0 results doing like that. Probably because of this future, because the future, I don't know, not really because of the future. Actually, I need to do it like this also, because I need to get the work that uses the direct target, and then I get the co-used. Okay, that worked. Not in full, but that worked as expected, in a sense. So I'll try and get the union here and make a union of this part with the part below. So I'm getting this information from the scholarly graph, and I'll get the same information from the main graph. And I'll just make it look a bit better because it's getting big and confusing. I probably missed some closing thing. So here, select where. So it's doing it in both graphs. So now we may have the issue that it will time out because it doesn't have the hint. So it's trying to do things in a way that are not optimal. So I need to go there and remember the hint syntax: hint query, hint optimizer none, hint query, hint optimizer none, and no enum constant, none. Maybe, yeah, none should be capitalized. And then it works. Yeah. Woo! Just in time to finish the session. So, and that's it. So now we have a version of the query that was adapted to the split. As you may see, it can
actually
take more. What?
Actually, the problem is the labeling. You haven't labeled the works, and this is very difficult. At least I haven't found out, because you need to label the same variable both from the from the main graph.
Oh yeah, true. Exactly.
As well as the scholarly graph, and that's sort of a major headache that I have had.
True, you're correct. I mean, it's not done. Oh yeah, because I would need to run this from like a subquery, perhaps. So I would need to go here and select and another subquery here, and perhaps, or no, I need a subquery in the here. So select work and co-used where let me see if this will work. So select work and co-used where you get things from the scholarly graph with the service label, and then I also return because it's example work, so it's sampled. So maybe this is not trivial. I don't know. I won't have time to do this, but that's a good question and perhaps a good example that we're not able to do it in half an hour. So this is a long kind of. There's probably a way to do it. Maybe one would give up the service week base and just go with getting example work, RFS label, example work label, and the co-use.
As we're about to hit the end of the session, Thiago, thank you so much for being very brave to do this live. That's amazing. For people who are not as proficient in SPARQL, what's the best way for them to get some help with rewriting queries that they need? Where do they go?
I don't know. I think no one is super proficient in doing this, right? I think the best people to actually do this are in this room. So if you feel like you can give some people help on doing that, just raise your hand in the chat. I can try and help, but it will be somewhat like this. I've been doing this for a while, and I also find it's like already hard to do it. AI cannot do it really well at this moment. Maybe we can find a way to put all of this in an MCP or something, so AI would just magically do it. You could go and request a query, but I don't know, Nikki, how many people are willing, because it's a lot of work to actually do this. So maybe we can get people, right? Ismail, if you can get ChatGPT to do this kind of rewriting, please tell me how. Please tell me how, right? Because there's a lot of details there that are not quite easy, right? But thanks, everyone. And I hope this was mildly interesting to you. And yeah, so we almost could do it, yeah. But so thank you very much for bearing with me through this. And yeah, see you next time then. Bye-bye.
Thank you so much, Thiago. And people who are as brave, please do help on the request a query page to help people through some of the graph split pain. All right. Are we ready for the next session then with Daniel and co?
I think so, yes. I'll try to share the slides in a moment.
Amazing.
But in the meantime, we just had a 1 hour session, so maybe everybody can kind of relax for a minute or so. And I'll get ready here.
Sounds good.
Am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Yes, you are.
Thank you very much. Yes, everyone, we're just going to take a couple minutes break before we move on to our next session with Daniel Mitchin. And I also wanted to mention, I think in our next session, we'll have multiple speakers. And with Jitsi, you should be able to click on their portraits and click the 3 dots and pin them to stage if you want to have them highlighted in the middle of your browser window. Alan's telling me to talk to the camera. Thank you, Alan. So yeah, please rest up, get a coffee or a drink, take a bio break, and we'll see you in a couple of minutes. And for our next session, if the speakers, if you'd like to indicate maybe in the chat that you're ready.
I am ready, and I'm pasting the link to the slides here in the chat. And then I'm going to share my screen, and then we can go ahead.
Perfect.
So.
Yeah, I think we'll start soon for our next session for the current state of Scholia. We have Daniel Mitchin, Lame Raspberry, Finn Arup Nielsen, and well, I don't have my screen here. We have another speaker as well.
Yeah, well, Thiago, perhaps.
Thiago, yes, exactly. Who we just
actually, I forgot to put our names on the top slide. We focus on the content, but you can find the slides on Zenodo, and I'll update all the authors. What we plan to do in this session is basically give a very brief introduction to Scholia. I guess most people in the room here know it, but there might be people who joined just for this session. Then we will also give a very brief introduction to the graph split. Again, we've just discussed this in the previous session, but for whoever comes just for this session, that they have some background. Then we will discuss a bit of what the Scholia survey gave us, some content development, specifically on chemistry, and we will look ahead, like what are the plans for the next few months, basically. Let's start with that. So Scholia is a scholarly profiling services that you can access on ToolForge, and the basic idea is that it provides a way to browse Wikidata content without the user needing to know Sparkle, and it provides about 30 profile types that you can access via this URL with a URL pattern /profile type /QID. So for instance, /author and then / the QID of some person. Each visualization, each page shows a number of visualizations, and each of these visualizations are based on Sparkle queries to the Wikidata query service. So this makes it easy for people to browse the Wikidata content without them having to write the Sparkle themselves. So the Sparkle is pre-written, pre-computed. These Scholia queries are interesting because they focus, while they focus on the scholarly content, they also touch on essentially every part of Wikidata. And they make use of much of the functionality of Sparkle, much of the functionality of the Wikidata query service. And they often serve as examples of what Wikidata or Wikibase in general can do. But there was a graph split earlier this year, and with that, much of that functionality actually broke. So we have a temporary solution. So the graph split is relevant for Scholia because Scholia uses the Wikidata query service. The Wikidata query service uses BlazeGraph, and BlazeGraph essentially has trouble handling graphs above a certain size, roughly 100 million items. Wikidata now has about 100 million items. It's not entirely broken yet, but as a means of precaution, the graph was split into two that in short can be named as scholarly and all the rest, which is called main. And a search for a long-term replacement of BlazeGraph is ongoing for Wikidata and for Wikibase. And Scholia is also looking for a replacement of the BlazeGraph setup. For now, basically until the end of this year, Scholia has one dedicated server where the full graph is still being served. That server is to be switched off in early 26. And so the Scholia team is working on a solution that does not require that legacy setup. If that works out for Scholia, it might also be interesting for the transition of Wikidata and Wikibase as a whole. But yeah, this will have to be explored in more detail later. So in short, what did we do to try to address this situation? So we explored actually rewriting Scholia queries such that they make use of the new graph split setup, so that we would go from the old kind of queries which were having a Blaze graph specific syntax, and we would then rewrite them into the new, still Blaze graph specific syntax, but with the additional complication of having 2 Blaze graph endpoints. And yeah, we defined a decision tree as to under which conditions it is useful to do this or that. And we gave a poster at a conference about this, and also we wrote a paper. And so we've explored this in quite some detail. We've also looked at running Scholia based on a dedicated Sparkle endpoint, which could be either like a copy of what is currently the legacy full thing. It could be based on live data or on dumps. It could be based on Blaze graph or on other Sparkle engines, particularly Clever. And for now, since like at some point we had to make a decision, and the end of 25 is coming near, we decided to explore Clever in more detail. And so Clever, as was already briefly shown in the previous session, is a Sparkle engine as well. And it is said to be scaling better than Blaze graph. It is actually used by some graphs that are much larger than Wikidata. You can find it here on that URL. It has a basically an instance that can serve Wikidata data. It is open source. And so we've taken that and kind of built a new version of Scholia. This is still experimental, not finished, not ready to be used by uninitiated people, basically, but it exists. And we're trying to fine-tune this so that in the end, the functionality of Scholia will be preserved, but Clever will be the backend for the queries. And one interesting aspect of that move from Blaze graph to Clever was that we needed Clever on its own does not have a query UI that provides the same kind of visualizations as the Wikidata query service does. Most Sparkle endpoints only give you tabular data in return, but the Wikidata query service, because it is used by people who are not computer scientists and who are not fluent in Sparkle as well, it does provide a set of visualizations, and it was relatively straightforward to actually plug that into Clever. So we got this to run. This part actually works fine, but the conversion of the queries, as was the content of the previous session, that still takes some more effort. So we have provisionally converted Scholia's 400 query templates from a Blaze graph Sparkle syntax to a more standard Sparkle syntax. And that standard Sparkle is understood by Blaze graph, by Clever, and also by other Sparkle engines. So if we ever need to migrate again from Clever to somewhere else, this should be easier, because now we're focusing on standard Sparkle, and essentially any Sparkle engine that is worth that name should understand standard Sparkle. Some of the components of existing Scholia queries, they cannot be easily converted, and they need a bit more work. So for instance, while every Sparkle endpoint understands RDFS labels, so one way to do labels, these labels are monolingual. And in Wikidata, we have had this service Wikibase label, which provides a service that is aware of it can retrieve multilingual labels, and also has a fallback kind of hierarchy of languages. If language A is not available, then go for language B and this kind of thing. That is not standard Sparkle. There are also things like Wikibase around for geographic Sparkle queries, where again, this is not standard Sparkle. And so we need to look into how to, or to what extent we can preserve that kind of functionality, or how it can be implemented in Clever. And also, as we transition, our focus right now is not on replacing all the queries with Clever, but initially just on replacing those queries with Clever where the current Wikidata setup doesn't work. It's essentially those that touch the scholarly graph. There are some Scholia queries that actually do not touch the scholarly graph, like for instance, the academic tree graph on an author profile. And while we're developing this, documentation is not the focus, because the technical setup is changing quite quickly. But we are aware that if we want to kind of switch this and put this into production and have people use this new setup, then of course we will need to do documentation. Now, yeah, a different topic, but of course the two are somewhat related. So as the end of last year, 24, was nearing, and the graph split was kind of in the air, it wasn't affected yet, but it was kind of announced. We ran a Scholia survey in order to get to know our user base a bit better, since Wikidata and the query service and also Scholia, we do not do any user tracking, contrary to competitors. And but that of course makes it a bit harder to get to know something about the user base. Of course, we have sessions like this where you can provide direct interactions, but sometimes a survey is also useful. And this survey should also inform us as we prioritize, like, do people want to focus on keeping all the functionality of Scholia, or are they fine with some kind of changes in the functionality, then how the people would like to stay in touch with the Scholia team, and so on. The survey ran for several months. You can access the results here at that URL. And in the following slides, I have included some slides that are taken directly from that results slide set here. So we had 42 unique responses, and some people left their Wikimedia username, and we got some emails of people who indicated they were willing to participate in follow-ups. Thank you for that. Then we asked how familiar are people with WikiCite within Wikidata. We also asked them how they discovered Scholia. We asked them how often they use Wikidata and how often they use Scholia. In short, most people use Wikidata more often than Scholia. But yeah, the patterns are similar. Then through which channels would people like to interact with Scholia? There's like a preference for doing this via wiki pages and essentially GitHub, but also Mastodon or Signal. Then why do people use Scholia? Well, it's to research individuals. That's like author profiles, topics. We have a topic profile, we have an organization's profile. Here to develop other Wikimedia content, yeah, like for instance Wikipedia pages or something like this, here, and so on. Then we also got some responses, some structured and some non-structured responses to the question of why do you use Scholia. So they use it for data curation, because if you curate the data that underlies a query that is used by Scholia, then you can actually use that Scholia query to see whether you've curated your data correctly, or whether there are still things to be done. Yeah, and yeah, some people do it on an institutional basis, or they want to resolve author strings and so on. Yeah, so Scholia is integrated with some other tooling, like for instance the author disambiguator. So if you're doing curation of WikiCite data, then Scholia assists with that. Then we also looked at, okay, people who use WikiCite or Scholia, what kinds of other things do they engage with? And there are a bunch of such services, mostly library focused. Then we also asked what's missing in Scholia. As we are rewriting the fundamentals, like we are going into the guts of Scholia anyway, then we asked, okay, what would you like to see us focus on? And then essentially everybody said, yeah, the data of my discipline. As in the previous session, people said, oh yeah, please put all of astronomy in there and things like this. But there are constraints, and the answers we got here, they help us prioritize further development. Then, yeah, we also asked whether people have anything else they'd like to share, and essentially we got positive feedback and also some suggestions for new features. We also asked, what do you not like about Scholia? And it's essentially this certainty about the graph split. I hope that while we can't remove the uncertainty, at least we have a reasonable way forward. And yeah, with that, we're moving to the next component of this talk, which is we do continue to work on content aspects. So for instance, we've focused over the last few years a bit more on chemistry than on other aspects. And we also actually wrote this up into a paper that for which you can access the preprint here. And that meant that we were curating physical chemical properties of about 1.5 million chemicals, related literature, then additional chemical information like structural classification, and also external identifiers to chemical databases for which Wikidata has relevant properties. Another thing we worked on was a special kind of profile type, which is retractions. So if you go to that URL on Scholia, you can get information about retractions. The data is incomplete for the last few years, essentially because of the scaling issues of Wikidata, but it is relatively complete until 2020. So we being Wikidata, we're tracking about 22,000 retracted articles and relationship between the original article and the retraction, and also to some extent the way it was retracted and the reasons and things like this. And yeah, there's Wiki project retractions, and you can join that. Now, the road ahead is we will have two hackathons, Scholia hackathons, to finalize the replacement of the provisional setup that we have for this year. And these hackathons will run essentially throughout the week of November 10 and throughout the week of December 8. And we're currently setting up the infrastructure for that. You're welcome to join. And then we will also, if all of this works fine, the first one will focus on actually rewriting the things in the SPARQL queries that still need to be rewritten. The second one will mostly focus on documentation, but if we are not done with the rewriting the technical part, then the second one will also serve as a buffer for this. And so if everything goes well, then we expect Scholia to be functional still by the end of the year, but using a different backend. So once the backend that we're using right now is switched off, the user actually shouldn't notice any difference, or maybe better performance even. Documentation will be ongoing. The focus right now for this year is on actually getting the backend to work with the new setup. And once that is the case, we will document things more. Yeah, with that, I would like to thank you, providing a few links here on how you can reach us. And I'll go back to I'll stop sharing my screen so that I can see what you actually wrote in the chat. And yeah, please, questions or comments.
So thank you so much, Daniel. Yeah, please, anyone in the audience, if you have a question, please raise your hand and unmute your microphone. We have in the chat from Christian Cantora, they ask if you could share the link to the paper and the poster that you mentioned earlier.
Okay, yeah, well, the poster is linked from the presentation here, and the paper is actually not public yet for some strange reason. The conference took place 2 months ago by now, but the conference organizers haven't managed to make it public. But I think we can upload it on Commons, and maybe that's the best we can do for now. So maybe one of the Scholia team in the audience, please take notes that we do this. But the decision tree is on Commons already. The poster is on Commons. It's just that the conference paper isn't public yet.
Sure. So yeah, you can revisit the the presentation on Commons and find the poster linked inside. I see we also have a comment from Nikki that you can modify the Wikidata query service UI point to any endpoint. It doesn't have to be Wikidata or BlazeGraph.
Oh yeah, that's an important point. So we had some Scholarly hackathons earlier, and one of the features that we introduced there was that you can now adjust the query endpoint for each individual visualization on a Scholia profile. That wasn't the case before. Before, every single visualization would go to the then one Wikidata endpoint. But already for the graph split, we needed to adapt this to be aware of 2 Wikidata endpoints. But in the process, we thought, okay, why not just make it more general? Which actually allows us to convert the individual visualizations more or less one by one, so that we can switch the current transient setup off one visualization by one, which is more easily feasible than doing a giant switch.
Great, thank you. At the start of the session, we did have a question from Ismail asking what an MCP is, and Lydia then linked the Wikidata MCP. That link is also in the Etherpad. But a follow-up comment was, as Lydia said, from Husmi in Turkey, it is a kind of file system that allows the LLM to get the structure of an API or database so the LLM can use it. And I suppose that's a little follow-up, is that we'll have a session on MCP tomorrow with Philipp Sada from here at Wikimedia Deutschland. So thank you so much, Daniel. I think we're ready for our next session, which is going to be Wikidata and Abstract Wikipedia, the now and the future. And that's going to be held by Genevieve Galaza Heredero. Genevieve, forgive me if I get the pronunciation.
Thank you. Let me see if I can share. Hello.
Hello.
I'm going to share this screen. There we go. Let me know if you can see the screen. Yeah, I think it should be working right now.
Great. We have a hand up in the audience. Was there someone who wanted to ask a last-minute question before we move on to the next session? Or was that an applause by mistake? Okay, then I think, without further ado, Genevieve, please tell us all about Abstract Wikipedia.
Awesome. Well, thanks a lot. My name is Geno. That's easier way to say it. It's a long one. So I'm a software engineer at the Wikimedia Foundation part of the Abstract Wiki team. So I'm going to be talking about how Wikidata and Abstract Wiki interact and collaborate now, and hopefully also in the future. So this is going to be the agenda for the talk. First, I'm going to be talking a little bit about the Abstract Wikipedia's mission, then the tools necessary to accomplish this mission, and then we'll be talking a little bit about the current state and our future roadmap, which is the most exciting part. But before starting with the mission, I just want to mention that the name that I'm putting right there, Abstract Wikipedia, which is the main name we've been using till now, this is not the final one. There's currently a naming contest going on. So after this presentation, I invite you all to go to the meta page for Abstract Wikipedia naming contest. You can suggest names or vote for your favorite ones. That before the 3rd of November. I think that's going to be like the first pre-selection. So yeah, let's go on. Directly behind Abstract Wiki, there's this part of the Wikimedia vision talking about every single human being sharing in the sum of all knowledge. So it's a bit unclear what does all knowledge mean sometimes. Let's see, in Wikipedia today, there's more than 300 languages talking about more than 20 million topics. So we know that this knowledge is not really evenly distributed. This is English Wikipedia, more than 114,000 active users to sustain 7 million articles. But when looking at other smaller wikis, we see that we have less than 100 active users to hold all of the load. This means that whenever there are larger knowledge gaps, there's less resources to cover those gaps. So the idea from before, all knowledge by all languages, is extremely costly. So like with those estimates, there would be like 6 billion items to create and to maintain, which is a really huge effort. So the idea behind Abstract Wiki is this one. What if a single contribution can make knowledge available in multiple languages? The way that we do this, we approach this problem in Abstract Wikipedia, is by doing this through a community-driven natural language generation system that can generate language from abstract content. So first, let's just think, what is NLG? NLG is a computational process that produces human language, any kind of human language, in this example, written human language, as an output. Now, this computational system could be anything. There's many systems that accomplish this kind of output, like machine learning, AI-based systems. But what I want to highlight here is the community-driven part. This means that the whole system needs to be owned, editable, and governed by the community. So this would be an example of an output. Jupiter is the 5th planet from the sun and the largest in the solar system. We see this 2 sentences, or these 2 facts, appear in written form as the intro of most Wikipedia articles about Jupiter. So this is an example of English Wiki. We see the same thing in Spanish Wiki, in Basque, in Hindi, same 2 concepts. So the idea is, let's separate the effort to build this into distinct parts. First, you gather the facts about Jupiter and you compile these 2 facts together to build a descriptive idea, some kind of narration that talks about, you know, Jupiter being some size with respect to some other planets. This is what we call abstract content. It is language independent, and this is the common denominator effort for all of these different examples that we saw before. And then, of course, you have to have the linguistic knowledge for each of these languages to represent that abstract concept in those separate wikis. So separating this effort, we cut down the cost in 2 orders of magnitude. So what do we need for this to happen? Here you can see a little bit of the ingredients of this formula. So on one side, we mentioned we have the language independent representation of this idea. There is language independent knowledge, ontological knowledge. So the knowledge that Jupiter has certain size and is certain distance from the sun. But also there's this abstract content, which is the narration part, right? Compiling these facts in order to reflect an idea. We could say that Jupiter is a certain size with respect to all of the planets in the universe, but that wouldn't really serve a descriptive purpose. It probably makes more sense to incorporate, you know, a comparison to other planets in the solar system in that, you know, abstract content, in that narration, abstract narration that we're designing for this article. And then the other ingredient, which is all the language aware knowledge that convert that idea into language. So there's words, all the lexicographic knowledge there in Wikidata, and then there's what to do with those words. This is the procedural knowledge, and this is what we were mentioning before, those NLG, natural language generation processes or functions. You can see the little logo of Wikifunctions there. We're hinting what we're going to. This is like this, all of these pieces put together and the way that they will work. So we have the representation of the abstract content, and that is kind of handled by procedural knowledge, by functions, using the ontological knowledge and the lexicographical knowledge from Wikidata in order to generate the different examples from different language wikis. So let's keep the abstract content aside for a minute and focus on this other part. And this is what I want to talk about as the now, right? Wikifunctions and Wikidata. So first, Wikifunctions, as you might already know or might have guessed, WikiFunctions, it's a Wikimedia project. This is the first project launched since Wikidata in 2012. It was launched 2 years ago. And it is an open source library of reusable functions. So the goal of WikiFunctions is to democratize access to functions, to procedural knowledge. And it does that very different ways. One of them is to provide multilingual content, but not only multilingual from the sense of the human languages, but also in the programming language sense. You can write code in multiple languages, multiple programming languages, like currently Python and JavaScript. In the future, we'll be adding more programming languages as well. So what can you do with WikiFunctions? You can create functions, you can write the implementations, and you can write also a set of tests that demonstrate what your functions should do. And you can do this for a number of different types. There's a series of native types that we started on with, like Boolean, strings, lists, and so on, but also Wikidata entities, any kind of items, statements, lexeme forms, and some Wikidata data types that we've recently added as well, like time, quantity, or location. And of course, this is one of the most interesting parts of all of this. You can use WikiFunctions from other wiki projects to, step through accomplishing that goal that we mentioned. So how interesting can functions get? This is always a good question. We started proving the system by using or creating very simple functions. So everything started with math, Boolean, string functions, which, prove a point. They don't get you really far in this goal, but they are great for, gathering interest and figuring out what the system can and cannot do. This is an example of one of them. This is a very simple negation function. And the screen that you can see, this is wikifunctions.org page for a function. So you can see some description and the signature of the function, the input and the output type that it will return. And also you can practice and you can explore these functions by setting some values, running the function, and seeing the output. So as I said, this is just a logic function, but in the scale of getting more interesting stuff, we can also start creating functions. We started creating functions that had NLG capabilities, that were able to produce human language. First, using only string inputs and outputs. So there's a few things that you can do with this. Obviously, you cannot do absolutely everything, but you can have a lot of simple examples. This one, for example, creates a plural noun out of a singular Basque noun. Sorry. So similar to before, we see the page for this function. We can practice, put some Basque noun, and we can see how it's pluralized. And this is really great. As I said, not everything can be done in the NLG realm. Not everything can be done by string concatenations, but this was great to gather interest in the communities, to gather a lot more people that knew different languages, contributing different NLG generating functions to WikiFunctions. So you can see here the catalog of functions maintained by our community. There's a bunch of languages. So if you click all of them, you can see all of the different functions that our community is creating for that. But of course, the most interesting part is to be able to access Wikidata entities and to navigate Wikidata entities to generate more complex stuff. So when we integrated Wikidata into WikiFunctions, things started getting a lot more interesting, a lot more fun for us and for our community. This is a little bit of the roadmap of how this happened. So we started integrating Wikidata entity types one by one. on like a bit more than a year ago, September 2024. So this meant that the Wiki Functions community could start building functions and exploring what they could do with these entities through Wiki Functions functions. But I think one of the biggest steps on the way is we started rolling out Wiki Functions integration into different Wikipedias, language Wikipedias and Wiktionaries. This means that you can integrate, you can use Wiki Functions functions from different articles, and those outputs will be shown in those articles. This was great in order to gather a lot of feedback, because nothing is perfect from the beginning, but this allowed us to collaborate with a lot of language communities, and it has been really, really helpful in order to iterate through the interfaces and so on. So the first integration were only with simple types, just as a proof of concept, but we also enabled Wikidata types to be embedded through Wiki Functions in Wikipedias and Wiktionaries this summer. So that was quite recent. This is also very encouraging for the community to create a lot more functions that would be significant and useful in a Wikipedia context. Another of my favorite highlights is that now in embedded Wiki Functions in articles, we can use functions that output HTML and rich text, which means that you can create tables or nicer and more useful output. So as of today, well, as of yesterday, there were 473 functions using Wikidata types overall, either as inputs or as outputs or both. This just means that our community has been extremely busy. This is a quick view of our Wikidata operations page in the catalog. So there's a lot of functions that you can use in order to do a lot of operations and reach out to different properties. And yeah, it opens up a lot of examples, which we're going to see. So this is a very simple example using Wikidata lexemes. This allows anyone to select an English verb lexeme, and the function grabs the lexeme forms and outputs a string concatenation of the three English verb forms, which is a great example. But this is a nicer example. This is a German noun declension table. This leverages what I mentioned before. Outputs or functions that output HTML can also be embedded in articles. So this is a demonstration of how this function creates an HTML table with all the noun declensions, and this can be inserted. This is our interface for inserting functions with Visual Editor. So you can insert it, and I'll also configure the language in which this table is shown. There we go. But also, Wiki Functions using Wikidata types can start generating NLG, and this is kind of the road we want to go in, right? This is a very simple example. The output is an extremely simple sentence, but it shows how the input item can generate an NLG output in English, in this case, by following the P31 property. So this would grab the first instance, the first item linked with an P31 property, and just return that kind of short description classifying sentence, like in the example that you're seeing. So as I showed before in another example, you can insert this using Visual Editor. So you select whatever item you want to use, and you insert it in the page. You are seeing in the preview of Visual Editor, you're seeing the output of this function. And as you save this, the article will show the output of this function. But when this is saved behind curtains, the way this is stored is just by referencing the function ID and the Wikidata item ID. So this is what this is the way this function is kind of represented, and that will output some literal or HTML that would be shown in the article. Now, it's very important to highlight this because very often we got this question, right? Like, this is this the output, what is being inserted in the article? Now, the important part of storing this function in the article is that this will be executed, it will be interpreted at every time the person is viewing this article, which means that data that is updated by, for example, new Wikidata properties doesn't need this function insertion to be modified in order to show new updated data. This is a very good example of this most recent year specific sentence about item. This is a quite a recent function that for a given Wikidata item and a given property with point-in-time qualifier, it constructs a sentence using the latest value stored in Wikidata. So whatever will be stored in, or whatever will be stored in the article is a reference to this function passing these two inputs. But then whenever there are new data in Wikidata, this will be shown in the output. So you select, for example, Morocco, the property reference urban population, and when you generate a sentence for that, it's just grabbing the latest data available in Wikidata, which is a 2022. This is at this particular point. So this kind of highlights what we are expecting to accomplish in the future. I mentioned before going into wiki functions and Wikidata integration wiki functions, the abstract content. Abstract content is this abstract representation of this idea. This is the way that I have chosen to represent this sentence. Jupiter is the largest planet in the solar system. But this sentence could be represented in many other ways. This is in the hands of the community. The community decides how they want to represent this abstract content. But we know that this abstract content behind curtains looks something like this. This is a link to a function, ZID, to function wiki functions, and these are links to the items that take place in these slots for this kind of superlative sentence. This can get more and more complex. You can join different slots. You can nest them in order to create paragraphs or even articles, whole sections and articles. So these are all the different pieces and how they work together. We have this abstract content we mentioned. This is a function call that lives in a separate project. We'll see this in the diagram before, and it is item specific. There's an abstract content for Jupiter, another for Mars, another for fish, another for Douglas Adams, and these are stored by the Wikidata QID. These are, of course, language independent. They're conceptual, and the functions, like in this case, the superlative, they are functions that are stored in wiki functions. Now, in wiki functions, you have these two different conceptually different types of functions. You have some functions that are language independent, like this superlative. It's called a constructor. This is the way we kind of choose to refer to it. And this can construct superlative utterances in any language that you select. So superlative for English will redirect to the English superlative function. These are the other types of functions that you will have in wiki functions. These are called renderers, and they are language dependent. They use lexical data, and there's one of these per constructor and per language. So there's an English superlative function that knows how to create this kind of superlative sentence, and there's a Spanish superlative function that has the NLG knowledge to create this as well. And finally, well, this is able to output natural language in all different languages. So this is the way that everything fits together, right? Finally, this diagram is complete. So Abstract Wikipedia, the name is up for decision in a near future. Will be a separate project. This was something that was there was a decision that was made very recently, thanks to through a community-informed process. So the decision was Abstract Wiki will be its own separate project. It will have a domain, and the kind of top level or the abstract content for an item will be available in the page with that Wikidata item ID. This will use functions, constructors, and renders that are stored in wiki functions, and will leverage the Wikidata ontological knowledge and lexicographical knowledge in order to create all of this text. This is the whole schema, the great schema of things. There's one extra thing that I want to talk about, which is this Wiki functions reference ZID data type. So this is a way for Wikidata to know and to link to wiki functions, and this is the way that this can be used. It's important to clarify, whatever way this can be used is in the hands of the Wikidata team, and is for them to kind of prioritize and implement. But this is something, this could be a possibility. Imagine a function that is that creates a short description for an album. This is a function that exists, and you can explore it later if you want. So for this album ID, it generates a short description in English or in German or in Spanish, or defaults kind of construction if there's no available renderer for that language. If, imagine in Wikidata, there would be an album that lacks a short description for a given language, Wikidata could decide to fall back to generate that abstract description from wiki functions in a given language. So that is kind of a fallback option that could be really, really cool. As I said, this already exists. It has great contribution from our community. So I think now it has implementations for 4 or 5 languages. I'm not sure. I think 4. Recently, Swedish as well. So this is really cool. You can help. You can add functions for short description in your languages, or you can also help communicating with the Wikidata team and helping them prioritize this feature if you like it. I'm just going to end this by looking a little bit at our future. This is the roadmap, kind of describes where we are now and what we want, where we want to be in the near and distant future, hopefully nearer. So as I mentioned, recently it was announced the decision of what is the location for the abstract content. The fact that the abstract content will live in its own separate project. The consultation started in May, and it was finally decided and communicated very, very recently. So also recently we started a naming contest. A lot of names have been added into the contest as suggestions. There's great suggestions. So I believe November the 3rd, there will be like a pre-selection. And by early 26, we'll have finally a name for this new project. So right now, what we're doing is just handling all of this and working on an MVP for this temporary name, Abstract Wikipedia. And some things that you can see in the future are hopefully abstract descriptions and glosses being part of Wikidata, the launch of Abstract Wiki MVP, and of course, in the future, another integration of now finally abstract content in Wikipedias. So this is everything for today, and well, thanks a lot for following me, and well, get in touch, or ask any questions that you have. I'm gonna check on the chat.
Thank you so much, Geno. Yeah, great session. So we do have some comments in the chat. Salgo60 asks if there's a sample code how to use wiki functions from a Jupyter notebook.
Sorry, could you repeat the questions?
Of course. Salgo asks, is there sample code how to use wiki functions from a Jupyter notebook?
I can tell you. What I have done is that we have a hiking trail in Sweden with on 270 kilometers, and I have added 600 Wikidata objects connected to the trail. And I'm trying to use build an application. Did you know? And about all the items, and it would be nice if I could plug in wiki functions. It's Python and Folium.
Okay, yeah. Well, I'm not sure if there's sample code for that, but there are public APIs for wiki functions, so you very well could, if you knew what kind of functions you would be interested in, and you would be able to find those and navigate in wikifunctions.org, you'll see like, okay, I'm interested in this function. It would be fairly simple to elaborate an API call that you could call at and kind of handle the responses from there. If you want, you can get in touch with me. We can kind of go through an example. And if anyone from the community already has an example from a Jupyter notebook, I can ask and share it with you. But yeah, I think this is one of the great ideas that I think it would be, I mean, it was in our mind in order to use wiki functions for other things rather than only the abstract wiki goal, right? In natural language generation, integrated in wiki functions, like to be able to use wiki functions for other purposes. So yeah, feel free to contact me and we can work on this example.
Thanks.
All right, thank you. I see that Toha OMG, you have your hand up. Would you like to unmute your microphone? Or perhaps it's another applause. But they did ask in the chat if you could give a link to the album function. And maybe we can put that in the Etherpad if it's not already there.
Absolutely. I will try to do that.
It looks like
I will add that in the Etherpad. I just feel like my screen is blocked right now. I don't know why. Oh, there you go. So for anything like this that I have mentioned, you can just go to wiki functions and search short description for album, this one. And I'm just gonna add this in the Etherpad.
Thank you.
I'm gonna send it in the chat and I'll do that.
Then Hisyam has their hand raised. Would you like to ask a question?
Yeah, can you hear my voice?
Yes.
Oh, okay, thank you. Thank you for the time. My name is Hisham. I come from Wikimedia Indonesia, and I'm actually currently attending Lisbon GlamWiki, and you can see me in the camera in the GlamWiki viewing room. I have one suggestion and one question. Previously, thank you for the amazing presentation. The first is suggestion. This project is really huge and complex, and it introduced a lot of new concepts and terminology. I just now read about superlatives, and also you mentioned ontologies, which is really difficult for newcomers who are alien to these complexities, and especially the complexities of technical aspects of Wikimedia projects. I truly hope that the community could create an introductory tutorial that address this complexity. That's the suggestion, and the question is, wiki function is really hard to learn. This is not from me, but from my friend who attend Wikimania in Wikimania Nairobi and participated in one of the wiki function workshops. He got void in his implementation test, and even after I listened to him explaining the wiki function, and his trial, and also I asked another Indonesian people who dabbled in this wiki function. I could not understand a bit from this project, apart from just small understanding that this place for storing functions, and also and later you can use it in other projects. What are your tips in learning wiki functions? That's all. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. And I am so sorry. I am aware of this. This is intrinsically a very technical project because it involves, as you said, a lot of very technical terminology and concepts. So something that I really appreciate this kind of feedback, and would love to hear like more detailed feedback, because this is the kind of thing that we need to hear in order to slowly cut that gap, close that gap in between like an extremely technical goal, which is creating functions that can execute it remotely and embedded and all that stuff, and use items from Wikidata into something that is more simple. My advice is please share this feedback, because this is really useful for changing this. This is an ongoing project, and we work on these, or kind of minimizing these challenges. Another advice is be part of the community. The community is super helpful. They're also very knowledgeable. They've been with us from like the beginning, where it was even more technically complex to create functions. So they know a lot. So ask for help. And I think one of my biggest suggestions is always start writing tests. So create a function definition that must do something that, you have a goal for a function, create that definition, think about the signature, the input and the output, and then create a load of tests. This is the way our mind works when programming, right? You're thinking what your function should do with a bunch of examples. You create those examples, and then you can experiment with the implementation if you want, if you have any JavaScript or Python knowledge. And when you're experimenting with that, reach out to the community, because they're super helpful. Yeah, this is my biggest advice in terms of like technical contributions that are low technical, but they want to kind of learn through the platform. I don't know if that makes sense.
Thank you. We do have a couple of hands up, but we really need to move on to the next session. So I want to thank you once again, Heno. Finn and Toha, if you want to write your questions in the Etherpad, and we'll try to make sure that Heno sees them and gets to answer them, and hopefully we can facilitate that dialogue.
Yeah. Thank you so much.
No, thank you. So our next session is from Alan Wang, and it's on mapping temples and mapping memory. But this session, Alan would like to give in Mandarin, and we will use our translation service, Start Eve, to translate the audio to English or whatever language you desire, available from the list. But for that, we have a new link. So, Alan, if you would like to share your screen and maybe share your slide deck, and unmute your microphone, and then we'll do a quick little test to see if we can get the translation working. And for everyone else, please check the chat for the new link. Click that link and go to a new instance of Eve. And in the bottom left, check for the downward facing chevron, and click this to choose the language that you would like to translate Mandarin from to the language you'd like.
Hello?
Hello.
Okay, did you hear me?
Yes, I hear you loud and clear.
Okay, so okay. So I can use Mandarin present.
That's the idea. Yeah, you want to speak in Mandarin, and then hopefully Eve is gonna do its job and translate to English or German or Spanish or whatever.
好，各位线上的参加者，大家好那我是来自 Wikidata 台湾的 Alan。那不好意思，今天使用那个中文来做这个 简报。那今天的简报的内容都会是以英文呈现。那今天的主题其实是要介绍2025年 Wikidata Taiwan 在台湾进行的这个庙宇街景踏查团的这个社群活动。那今天主要会有3个部分，一个是我们会先分享过往2024年的在2024年以前的台湾的街景踏查团是长什么样子，以及今年的街景踏查团有什么样不同的进展，以及一些简单的结论。那这个是我不好意思没有办法开这个视讯镜头。好，那我是 Wikidata 台湾社群的共同发起人，那过去也曾经担任 Wikimedia 台湾的秘书长。好，那这个是我的一些简单的经历。那最早的维基考察团在中文维基百科，我们最早可以找到的记录是在2006年，在中文维基百科上面有举办一些有一个维基考察团的页面。那在当时，台湾的维基社群就已经跟当时台湾大学的生态导览社团一起合作举办第一次的维基考察团。那在当时我们在做这样子当时社群在做这样子的考察团的时候，就已经结合了这个导览的内容在我们的考察团里面。
Alan 你在吗？喂
，Hello
Alan 听到你了。
有，是我刚刚麦克风关掉了。
对，所以你就得
是从大概哪里关掉的？
你去你的 presentation 一下。
OK， 好，不好意思，刚刚简报关掉了。那
你翻多2页，我看。
OK，
再来多
这里吗？
就这里对。
OK，
从这里开始，谢谢。
好，谢谢。好，那在早期的维基考察团，在2016年，台湾维基社群就已经跟当时台湾的学校，台湾大学的这个台湾大学的这个导览社合作举办第一次的这个维基考察团活动。那当时的活动呢，主要其实是聚焦在维基百科的条目的内容改善。当时的活动呢，其实聚集，因为我本人没有参加那个活动，我比较是整理这个活动的记录。那当时的活动主要都是以步行的方式，然后搭配现场的这个导览，然后拍摄校园里面的景色。后续这些拍摄的内容会用在维基百科的内容改善上面。那在后来2014年、2015年的时候，台湾有举办了另外一个形态的维基考察团，那时候叫做维基漫步 Wikimambo。那维基漫步当时举办了2个场次，那个时候的做法其实也是跟那个 OpenStreetMap 台湾的社群合作。拍摄街道的照片上传到 Wikimedia Commons， 那 GPS 跟街道资料更新在这个 OpenStreetMap 上面。那在当时也是结合踏查以及这个下午有这个课程的部分。如果大家有认识台湾的维基人的话，这个是2014年的 REC， 这个是2014年 REC。那到了比较近期之后呢，台湾有其他的社群也开始做了类似维基考察团的活动。那我自己是从这个时候才开始参与 这个维基考察团。那当时是由另外一个社群叫 More Wiki 社群举办的这个活动叫悠闲漫步 Take Wiki。那当时其实还是以步行还有搭乘这个大众交通工具为主，但是我们开始聚焦在街景的拍摄以及地景的拍摄。那以拍摄照片贡献在 Wikimedia Commons， 然后并以 GPS 资料增补在 Wikidata 的内容，同时还有拍摄街景之后上传到这个 Mapillary 的不同的这个街景平台。那到这一段时间的街景踏查团，其实是2022年开始由这个 那个 OpenStreetMap 台湾社群有申请这个联盟补助，举办的这个街景踏查团系列的活动。那在这段时间最大的差异是，我们从原本只是走路变成开车，我们改成用汽车搭配360的相机拍摄街景，那增补台湾各个乡镇缺乏的资料，那同步更新 OpenStreetMap、Wikidata、Wikimedia Commons 以及 Wikipedia 等平台。那在那个时候，我们设定的主题比较像是台湾哪一个乡镇是缺乏资料的，我们就前往那个乡镇，并没有特别设定特殊的主题。但是在台湾的乡间小路上面，常见有这种小型的庙宇，那我们也会去做类似的记录。那这个是我们早期对于庙宇记录的就是开端。那最大的转折就是我们在2024年的时候跟社群的合作伙伴，这个是我们前往一间庙，这个是庙的那个主任委员在做一些致辞。那我们当时跟社群的合作伙伴合作，推出了一系列的这个庙宇踏查活动，希望可以用庙宇踏查的方式来将台湾的庙宇资料增补在这个包含 Wikidata、OpenStreetMap 的这些开放平台上面。那我们的做法也有很多，除了 OpenStreetMap 以外，我们有做 Wikimedia Commons、Wikidata、Wikipedia， 然后还有维基导游跟这个维基文库的部分。那做起来会，就是这个是大家应该很熟悉的，就是我们会做成每一个的这个分类之后，然后会有这个 Wikidata 的 info box。那这个是我们今年的其中一个场次，那大家可以看到这个上面是我们当时街景团采购的这个360的相机。那我们会在每一次的这个集合的时候，设定相机以及分配路线，然后去拍摄每一间的庙宇。那同时我们在整个流程会跟庙宇还有地方的文史工作者去合作。那经由地方的文史工作者的介绍之后，我们可以更快的了解当地的信仰，并且协助他们将他们所掌握到的资料更新到Wikidata、Wikipedia 上面去。那在我们这段时间的踏查里面，在台湾的庙宇拍摄上面，其实有非常多不同的层面可以被记录，包含像是这个建筑艺术的部分，以及宗教的部分，文化的部分。更重要的一件事情是在台湾的庙宇上面，虽然上面都是中文，但是可以大概跟大家讲一下这是什么，就是这一块牌子是在讲说这间庙有多少人捐了多少钱。OK， Alan， 怎么样？
对 ，Alan， 你的那个presentation 看不到，你可以再转回去吗
？presentation
对，
看不
有了。刚才你的网络不怎么好。
这边网络不好，
可以了，又不
可以了
掉了。
这边不见了，
有了
哈。
啊，
OK
对，有了，请继续，对。
OK，Thank you。那好，那再重新介绍一下，就是说，这一块牌子虽然都是中文写的，那跟大家介绍一下这块牌子在讲什么。这块牌子是说，这间庙，然后有人有捐钱哦，有捐这个建庙的资金，那上面这边其实是金额，上面这个是100万新台币哦，3万元新台币跟2万元新台币哦，1万元新台币。然后上面就会写那个这个人住在哪里以及他的名字。那其实可以用这样子的东西去做一些庙宇政治或者是一些人文的文化研究，像是说这间庙跟哪一些庙宇有比较多的往来，或者是更复杂一点的，就是有些政治人物专门会去哪些庙宇哦，这些人际关系都可以透过这些刻在上面的姓名哦去做一些调查。那这边也可以给大家再看一些就是我们整理的一些记录。好，这个是我们这是社群另外一位伙伴 Dennis 帮我们整理的一份这个报表。那我们现在已经收了1561间庙。那每一间庙我们整理起来，我们会希望可以至少是有庙宇的外观以及里面的内容。那希望可以把一些建筑物的样式都可以尽可能的记录下来。像是过去比较有名的一个案例，虽然不是庙，是教堂，就是过去巴黎圣母院失火的时候，是因为过去曾经有帮建筑物做过很精准的建模，才有办法去做那样子的回复，就是才可以很好的重建回来。那台湾的很多庙宇其实都有很精细的设计跟建筑物，但不一定有人去详细的记录它。那我们希望可以透过这样的方式，透过维基的平台，然后让这些资料可以在开放的平台上面这个继续的保存下去。那更重要的一件事情是，事实上大部分庙宇的工作人员并不了解像 Wikidata 这样子的平台，他们并不了解所谓 Wikidata 背后的这个link data 所代表的概念，所以其实透过我们的协助，我们可以去帮助他们做一些开放资料的贡献，然后文化资料的这个保存。那简单的一些小的结论就是，其实这个是我们今年拍摄的一个范围。那其他县市的内容我们还没有就是我没有截取起来，主要是台湾有一个县叫云林县主要是这个范围被拍摄。那我们主要使用的街景平台是 Mapillary， 但现在有其他的社群平台现在有其他社群的参与者正在把资料同步到这个我不太会念Panoramax对，这个也有人去把它做这样子的一个整理。那慢慢的我们也会希望说能够在更多开源的平台上面建立更多台湾的街景资料。那最后我们有一些简单的小的回馈，那这个也是可以让其他社群如果想要举办这样子的活动可以去做一些借鉴。因为其实举办这样子的活动其实是非常的操劳是非常的劳累。那尤其是如果当你所在的国家或你所在的地区幅员非常广阔的时候，又没有画面了吗？
好了，谢谢你 Alan。
OK。
Alan.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Looks like someone may have the microphone unmuted. Maybe I could just ask you to mute the microphone, please. Thank you. Right. Thank you, Alan. Great session, and I'm really pleased that we managed to get that translation working. My technical support team tells me that we can just keep remaining using this link, and it should work from now on for English to other translations. So we're running a little bit behind, so I guess we'll go straight into our next session from Hüsamettin, Turkey, and that will be about Arabic Wikidata Days and growing a regional community around linked open data. So I want to ask Hüsamettin, Turkey, and Nanur Garabedian, if you're in the audience and you're ready.
I'm ready, as far as I know.
Excellent. Then, yeah, I guess I'll ask you to share your screen and take it away when you're ready.
Thank you. Nanur, are you here?
I'm here. Okay. Yes, waiting to share your screen, please, Hüsamettin.
I'm sharing my screen now. Actually, give me a few seconds. All right, let me see. Yeah. Do you see my screen?
I do.
Yeah,
Yes,
excellent.
I do. Yes. So let's start this presentation. So hello everyone. Here is a user Nanur from Arabic communities. I contribute in Wikidata by training the beginners, most concentrate on that work, and organizing and coordinating events and activities. And I'm a co-founder of Wikidata Arabic community. So today, my colleague Hüsamettin will present you and tell you our story, how this get started, the community and Arabic Wikidata Days, what we have done and where we are now. So Hüsamettin, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. So I am glad to present you our initiative entitled Arabic Wikidata Days. Let's begin with a brief introduction about the situation in the Arab region. So actually there is 22 Arab regions, mainly in the Middle East and North Africa. There are a lot of citizens out there, around 300 million citizens. But actually, we are lagging behind in terms of contribution to Wikidata and Wikipedia and Wikimedia movement in general. So when we find out what is the representation of Arab countries in terms of geotagged items in Wikidata, we find that there are several countries, around 8 to 10 countries, that are significantly represented. Some countries have a very low rate of items per capita. So actually, this situation should be resolved. Also, when we talk about Arabic lexemes for modern standard Arabic, we are also lagging behind. So actually, we currently have 36,000 lexemes, and only one person, Mr. Ibrahim, did all of it. So actually, Arabic is a root and pattern language. So from a linguistic perspective, if we have around 3,000 roots, so we should have around 300,000 lexemes. Unfortunately, we are far behind, and we need to take action on that. Also, when we see the most represented Wikidata categories having Arabic labels, we see that there are mostly Wikimedia categories in Arabic Wikipedia, some humans, but actually we don't have significant representation of many kinds, of many types and classes of Wikidata items. There were some initiatives before to actually introduce the Arabic community to Wikidata. There was and there is still a conference called Wiki Arabia, which is the Wikimedia conference for the Middle East and North Africa region, and the Arabic-speaking communities as well. So what we have seen is that we actually had 2 Wikidata sessions per edition, and most of them are introductory sessions. So actually we are not going deep inside getting the Arabic users to know the advanced skills of contribution to Wikidata. So from what I have shown, we can see that we have a lot of gaps. We have a representation gap, a translation gap, a training gap. We have a very narrow community in the Arab region, and we actually have very limited growth. So our motto to solve this is support sustainability and representation. This means that we are trying to develop a community that supports and sustains the contributions of Arab enthusiasts and bring the coverage of Arabic-related topics in Wikidata to the next stage. This is how we actually decided to create a community, which is the Wikidata Arabic community. Actually, we met in Wikimedia Singapore in 2023. We identified that there is a huge lack of Wikidata-related activities in Arabic, and we thought that we can certainly do better with a bit of governance. Some months later, we created the Wikidata Arabic community. Here is some pictures of us at Wikimedia Singapore. Yeah, and then after we created our community, we said we should have a mainstream event, an event that actually is organized every year. And we started creating this Arabic Wikidata case. What we do is that we bring experts from Arabic-speaking communities that are unknown, mostly unknown to the Arabic community, to share their knowledge with interested people. We actually target not only Wikipedians, but also Wikisource users, data scientists, computer scientists, etc. And we cover all aspects of contributions, even the most difficult one. And we try to actually encourage people to reuse and edit Wikidata. Yeah. The first edition was organized in October 2024. It continued to January 2025. We had an hybrid conference with 3 in-person events, one in Birzeit, one in Benghazi, one in Sfax. And I would to thank Wikimedia Libya for actually making the governance of all of this. We had 3 tracks, the Wikipedia tracks, the Wikisource tracks, and the data science track. And we covered a bunch of topics at the first edition. We had covered Wizard, which is a tool for editing Wikidata from Wikipedia. We also covered the Wikidata-powered info boxes, OpenRefine as a tool of adding tabular data to Wikidata, quick statements, only the basics of quick statements, unfortunately, basic and advanced Sparkle, and Wikibase CLI, which is a script-based tool to actually edit Wikidata and Wikibase instances. So actually, bench of topic, some basics, some advanced things, etc. Yeah. So actually, yeah, concerning Wikibase CLI, it is used on the top of Node.js, by the way. Yeah. So actually, it was a success. We had 29 participants, very active participants. We have 832 minutes of recording, and we have a considerable number of new users that grasp all the skills to efficiently contribute to Wikidata, who are now active Wikidatans. And we had several new projects across the Middle East and North Africa that have been launched after this. But actually, we can do better. That's why we decided to create this second edition. It is actually currently occurring as a side event of WikidataCon 2025. Actually, yeah, what we insisted on is to actually organize this event online so that we can bring everyone in. Also, not at the times of the main conference. We have made our Telegram channel available for supporting people to participate to WikidataCon and to the Arab Wikidata Days. And we upgraded the topics of interest. It is not just a series of tutorials, but we include also debates about fundamental issues about wiki projects in Arabic mainly. I have to acknowledge that this event has been funded by Wikimedia Deutschland. Thanks to them. Yeah, so actually, this is all the topics we covered. We covered the Wikidata themes. We covered quick statements 3.0, the advanced skills of quick statements, the interactions between Arabic Wikipedia and Wikidata, and how we solve the issues that are inherited from Arabic Wikipedia, making Wikidata bots using artificial intelligence and Wikibase integrator, adding support of the Hijri calendar in Wikidata and Wikibase, and some briefings about WikidataCon 2025 so that people can follow what is happening here in the main conference. So what we envision as a goal for this is to have more than 30 participants, 510 minutes of recording, spreading the basic and advanced knowledge of Wikidata across the Arab region, and providing a powerful documentation of all aspects of contribution to Wikidata in Arabic. In short, establishing a community that can make a difference in Wikidata. So now, as a future direction, what we envision as a plan. So actually, we did some brainstorming at WikiSite 2025. We were grateful to with some active Wikimedians that have shown up to actually share their experience about organizing Wikidata events. And actually, we thought about how we can sustain these Arabic Wikidata days and other similar initiatives. So what we found out is that small local events can be as effective for outreach and recruitment. We don't have to make it very large and actually stay 4 or 5 years without any addition. Large centralized events are mainly viewed as inefficient and costly. Also, the emphasis on supporting passionate contributors locally and coordinated globally can be useful to avoid overlap. The major cost challenge is finding affordable physical venues, not tech setup. So that's why there is a direction towards having online events with some rooms, small rooms for distributed events. Also, the Wikidata community is diverse, less socially focused than Wikipedia events, and so this kind of event can actually, because they are small, can be used for networking and stuff. Concerning the program design, we have seen that we need to avoid too many parallel sessions so that the attention span of the participants can be would not be scattered towards following many sessions at once. And we actually found out that we can actually select 3 main tracks, three main topics of interest, like we did in the first edition, and actually just focus on that so that people can grasp the concepts. Also, we have proved that multiple simultaneous locations can be possible. Concerning the technical and logistical issues, there is a lot of issues in the Arab region because some countries of the Arab region are mainly poor. And actually, the Arab region is vast, so actually it is huge in terms of size. So actually we have internet stability, we have different zone differences, we have varying weekend days as well. So some people are having their holidays in on Sunday, some people on Friday, some people on Saturday. So actually we need to take into consideration all of that. So one possible solution for mitigation is adaptive streaming. Separate audio and video, probably choose low bandwidth for this, probably do smaller offline events that can be adapted to different time zones, etc. Thank you very much. That's all for our session. These are our contacts. This is our Telegram channel. This is our page on Meta, and this is our YouTube channel when we store all the records. Thank you very much. Time for questions.
Thank you, Hussein and Noor. Yes, maybe we can very quickly have a question from the chat because we're running a little bit behind, and I think Ismail is on tenterhooks to start their session. If anyone would like to ask a question, please raise your hand. Maybe Ismail, you can start preparing yourself for your session. Then, seems like it's all quiet. If anyone thinks of any questions, you can always add it to the Etherpad, and we'll make sure to try and get that answer added in there later. So, Olia, we're about to start your session on Very Small Glam, pilot experience and current results. Are you ready?
Can you hear me?
I can.
Oh, great, great. Hello, this is Ismael from Almeria, Spain. Let's go to share my desktop. Okay. Okay, here we are. Well, the timer. This is a project that started more than a year ago. Finally, this is starting to have real and reachable results. I work for La Oficina Producciones Culturales, which is a little non-government organization here in the Almeria city in Andalusia, Spain. This is important, the place you see later. We have introduced, we have created this concept of the very small glam as an idea to attend the needs of very, very smaller groups, teams, entities, formal or informal, that are working with museology in some way, keeping collections, etc., and trying to offer the best tools and methodologies and practices to be able to do real museology, academic museology, if you want, as cheap and faster as possible. So we choose this arbitrary number of 5 members. This is inspired on other standards out there. The good thing is we are developing this experimentally while creating our prototype for a cinema digital documentation center of Almeria. And I'll talk a little bit about this. You will find more information in Meta, and there are a lot of tickets in Fabricator related with this. Why this documentation center? Well, this is because the Almeria province, maybe you never heard about it, but you saw it dozens, hundreds of times in movies, in TV spots, musical videos, etc. for since the 60s. So this is not Hollywood, but it has been used for hundreds of production. And now we are trying to keep an inventory of documentation of testimony, etc., to do academic research and support to the local industry about this. So we need a multimedia system. We choose to do to make a knowledge graph, and the obvious product for us was Wikibase. Well, how we characterize this focus of the very small GLAM? Well, this is a self-assessment using the charter model. This is what is expected to for GLAM institutions. Obviously, if we are looking for a very small one, they don't are able to fulfill all the scope of other institutions. So there are some specifics. And our user base is the GLAM community, but with the open with an open door and deep interaction with the GLAM wiki and the open GLAM, the open content, as you are familiar. You probably are finding that this talk should have been in Lisbon right now in the GLAM wiki, but it wasn't accepted. So thank you very much, WikidataCon, for accepting this this talk, because I'm very proud. I'm very proud of this. This is structured in 5 working products. I'll explain a little bit. Well, one problem of this project is it has very different dimensions in the sense of domain problems. Part is IT system, part is the Wikibase platform itself and MediaWiki ecosystem, the ontology thing, etc. And they are orthogonal between them. So I have very few external help, and it has been not so productive as I expected. So the practical result took so long. But well, we tried. At least we have a good interaction with the Wikibase Suite development team, for example, and people with Wikimedia Deutschland, and this helped a lot. Well, from the IT system, why this is important? Because people need to be able to buy a cheap system as possible, but you need to do data preservation with high quality. You need to be able to invest in the long time, the long future, as cheap as possible. And some crazy people out there invented the concept of NAS killer. Instead of spending 3,000 euros in a good server, beautiful, high quality, etc., you can choose another strategy with refurbished enterprise equipment that was very expensive at the time, but now you can get for free or very, very, very cheap. But you need to know which kind of hardware you need to buy. In this case, an enterprise computer, a small company, a small small enterprise server, ECC RAMs. If you want to do good data preservation, you need to do data preservation on your memory, on your system memory. A key component are refurbished hard disk, enterprise hard disk. Particular is in the Western Digital Ultrastar or Helium range, which is exceptional. I am doing advertising here, but if you check comparatives, the difference of quality is tremendous. And you can buy refurbished one by a third or less of the original price, and still having a very, very good product. And how to be sure you are doing data preservation well? Having a very good file system, ZFS, which lets you, it's better than write because it can do self-healing. And you can have a very cheap system with very high standards of data preservation quality, data preservation quality. We have a current prototype. It costs less than 400 euros. It's just the configuration, and we choose the Android operating system, which is a Linux system. It's a paid one. It's not very expensive, but it has some good things like the Docker support and especially the ZFS file system. And we are using the Wikibase Suite deploy, now 5.01 version. Next, we need our own Wikibase Suite configuration. This is important because this is, well, we need multimedia support. Currently, the team doesn't offer so much feature because they are conservative in the sense they want a very well tested product. So I understand, but on the other hand, we have the potential of a lot of extension in the MediaWiki ecosystem that are available, and we are using. In this case, we need to have our own server and not to use Wikibase Cloud or an equivalent instance, because we need to host our own multimedia, because we are not able to publish for free at Wikimedia Commons, for example. So it's a must to have our own server and running in a local LAN, which is more problematic because Wikibase is not the same for this, and it take me a lot of time just to figure out how to have a LAN auto configuration. And now this is working. They are very small increments, but well, at least they were. I'm happy. You can see the planet architecture, but the current one, which is a more modest. It will take time. This is the most, well, everything is fun here, but this is very interesting, and this is my latest developments. This is based on SciDoc CRM. This is a very big conceptual reference model from the ICOM, the International Council of Museums. It's a bit weird if you are very used to Wikidata, because it's a lot of the couplet, the concept, and still I need to figure out if we need to maybe modify how to adapt it and how to use it in Wikibase to not to annoy the user. Remember, we are trying to attend users with very few resources of time, money, whatever. So the less they need to learn, the better. The good thing of having Wikibase, you have the editor and the explorer and the query all in the same product. If we made the editing so complex because you need to create many entities just for one entry, it will be complicated for the user. This is a math. It's being adopted. It's being adopted everywhere. Museo del Prado, for example, a lot of institutions out there. The archive software from museums also is using this. So this is a standard, and it's complex, but seems to be the place to be. But it needs to be a standard, and it is being a standard also in the CRM community itself. For our case, we are doing oral interviews, recordings, so we need to extend with this vocabulary. It's published by a research community. And there are some other extensions of the vocabulary, etc., that we need to have just our product. We are prototyping the concept with our product because we are using this, and we need to populate it as soon as possible to start have real work. And at this moment, we have a version. We see a little more about this. This is you can check this in the link in the slides. And a development sandbox in Wikibase Cloud, as we are able to, for first time, I think, to implement the full SciDoc CRM from the official OWL expression in Wikibase. There are other projects with previous experience here in Luxembourg, in Germany, etc. But with this approach exactly, I think is the first. But it is it's a prototype. We need to see. I need to learn a lot of things just to be able to do this, and probably there are a lot of things to fix and to enhance. There are another working group for practices. The idea was to try to package knowledge in some kind of way of a meta model, ontologies, etc., to model and express practices, how to, etc. The knowledge of how to do this thing on museology or whatever. What would be an excellent will have an excellent complement the technology from the Astra Wikipedia and Wikifunctions, etc. If this were available, but sadly I have no advance on this thing. It was one of my personal main interests, but it was impossible. And now about the data import working package, I have very fresh results past week. With some people, we made this Wikibase bootstrap set of properties for this case of you create a Wikibase instance and it's blank, it's empty. So we identify what we believe are the essential minimal 8 properties that you have you need to have to start to work. If you don't have a clear plan or etc., or you have a very clear ontology, if you want to start to play or just have improvising but in a structured way, we made this. And I used this effort also to work on my tool, which are derived, are based in the previous work of the NFDI for Culture group, which are doing an amazing, a very similar thing, using Wikibase also for heritage information, but in a very big project with a very well funded, etc. So thank you very much for them, because they helped me a lot. So I was able to make this workflow, this tooling, and now I have just published a first release of the on ontology, just adapted for Wikibase, and the tool for create your Wikibase and populate with the CytoCRM ontology. As in the sandbox I told you before. This is in active development, and in the coming weeks I'll extend this with the vocabularies I told you before. Other results, or with all the things I've learned, I was be able to contribute to the DH Wiki working group, which is a DARIA, that is a European consortium for research and infrastructure consortium for research, and we have a working group, and our focus are digital humanities using Wikibase and Wikidata. More or less is this, and for the next year it's expected to have published a white paper in which we are doing recommendations, etc. And in our case of the Benelux Gland, we are translating our experience in the good part, the lesson learned, and requirements. Our requirement that we think we need to fulfill for the digital humanities, but it's practically the same case for any other discipline. And that's all.
Hello. Thank you so much, Ismail. Great session. Do we have any questions in the chat? If you would like to unmute your microphone and ask away. And I want to thank you, Alea, for giving that session live, because you thought you may have to pre-record it. So it's really great you could join us. Then if we have no questions.
Oh, I explained myself very well.
Yes, exactly, yeah. But I encourage everyone to get in contact or add it to the Etherpad if they have any comments or questions for later. Then we just have one more session for today's program. Thank you again, Olea, but our next session is on, I hope I say this correctly, aletheafact.org. by Mateus Santos, Tamiris Folcain, and Eduardo Neves. And after that, after this next session, we're going to end the recording for the day. But then we'll play a few rounds of Wikidata games, so stick around for that. But until then, Mateus, Tamiris, Sandor, Eduardo, are you in the room? Are you ready to give your presentation?
Hey, yeah, we are here.
Wonderful. Then I'll hand it over to you, and yeah, please tell us all about Aletheia Fact.
For sure. Let me share my screen. Yeah, can you see my screen very well? I hope so.
Not yet. It's all black.
Oh.
Not yet.
Sorry.
Oh yeah, now something is coming. Just keep it going.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. All right. Thank you, everyone. It's a pleasure and an honor to be here. Today, I will talk about powering verification triage with Wikidata. I'm Eduardo. I'm a CTO of Aletheia Fact.org. And who is not familiar with Aletheia? We are a non-profit organization, Brazilian, dedicated to combat the misinformation and promote the media literacy by open source code. And also, of course, we are inspired on Wikimedia movement. Also, let's check our agenda for today. We will see the Aletheia journey and how Wikimedia helped us to stay on where we are. We will also see how we created an intelligence triage, who benefits from with this triage, intelligence triage, and our dream to automated fact checking. Let's check our journey. So Aletheia born in 2020 during a Mozilla Open Lab participation. We idealized the idea. And since then, on 2021, we created a democratization of fact-checking in Brazil. We participated of some events around of Brazil and also outside of Brazil. And on 2021, we launched the infrastructure. On 2022, we formalized the non-profit organization in Brazil, also participated in another global organization participation event. And we had the platform launching to Brazilian elections. Was awesome in that moment. Also, we jumped to 2024. In 2024, we addressed the Brazilian Supreme Court program to combat disinformation. Also, in the same year, we had created new partnership with the UBI in Portugal and also UFPB and UFSM in Brazil. Also, in 2024, we had sorry, blocked my mind. We had a problem in Brazil on the Rio Grande do Sul, that's a region, and we make a task force to combat the climate disinformation on that event. Jumping to 2025, we had and founded the National Committee for Democratization of Fact-Checking in Brazil and partnership formalization with Unesp and Unicinos. That's two universities in Brazil. And on the June, I don't remember exactly the date, but Aletheia was one of the 20 finalist projects in the WCs on the media category. And for the rest of the year, our focus is on COP30. And in all of this journey, Wikidata is participating in our database. So here, let me refresh about our disinformation life cycle, how we combat this. Basically, we have this cycle, this workflow that is, I imagine, clear enough to understand exactly how we combat this information. And today we will talk especially of the detection, the step number two, all right? And see exactly how we detect this information, how we populate our database, and how Wikidata help us to populate and create a loop of shared content. All right, our first problem, it is the scaling verification. It's our huge challenge today. Because we receive thousands of verification requests or claims daily, And around of 100 data maybe request our attention and effort to validate the information. So, and this creates a costly and slow if you do manually. So also we can create a type of burnout for checkers, and this could be a misinformation or create a problematic thing, right? So we generated a workflow to understand and detect this misinformation or news around of some part of the internet in Brazil side. Basically, we have a service to monitoring this information. We capture with a crawler information, populate our database. When we receive this data in our database, we have an state machine that create a loop of sending requests to AI test serves around, created also inside of home, and we detect this information like the personality part of this claim, topics, verification, impact area, and then we can decide a severity that claim could generate in a society. And if you could think, okay, maybe this could be a bit problematic or how we can solve it, and we go through inside of AI task on next slide, and we can see how the NLP decided these steps and populated the database with metadata. And then when we have decided the severity of this verification request, we follow to a stage of through age, the read for review. And then a checker, volunteer checker could come into the board and see, okay, this is the right thing that I need to put forward to validate. So basically, inside of this step, we have the verification request claim pending, populating database, sorry, and then we go through the AI task service. On this AI task service, we use the NLP to extract the data. So we have the state machine that first, in the first level, decide what was the personality. This personality could be a politician, could be a public person, or could be a website as a part of sharing information. And then we go through, understand these specific QID data from Wikidata, and then we could start extracting more metadata like the topic, the impact area, and other stuffs. And then this NLP also could define, comparing with the information sharing that and impact topics and the personality, which the value and the severity this new could be impacting our society. And okay, but if we starting doing that, who benefits with this smart triage, with this fast triage, right? So first is the users. Users can be checking faster and know faster which information they was a problematic or not. And also as they create a verification request by Instagram, WhatsApp, or Telegram, they have a feedback early of what they propose it to be validated. Also, fact checkers. The fact checkers was benefited with remove it boring job, and we can also block them for a possible burnout, because these require time, require research on the internet on another database. And also the Wikidata community, because I will share in the next slide, but basically we create a loop of information. For us, Wikidata, it's more than a platform sharing information or a place that you can validate something. It's a place that we see a source of truth, and we could respond with new information validated on a claim or in a verification request. And why this is so important? Because we create an efficiency, we create a speed, like doing, in Brazil, we say a manual job, and you go slowly doing something. And with that, we create more efficient speed and create a huge context of database and could help more people, more society. And Exactly as I mentioned, we create a loop, and this is exactly what we expect with this triage, the North Star, automated fact checking. We create the validation of information coming from Wikidata, and then we come back with new information when necessary. Here, we have a good example when we validated personality. I don't remember exactly which was, but yeah, where it was missing, wasn't updated. And then after the checkers made their job, we could populate it back the Wikidata page. And these create a loop of fact checking for us and help our society better. So before we finalize, come to be part of us as a volunteer. Well, that's all. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Eduardo. What a excellent way to close out day 2 of WikidataCon. Is there anyone in the audience with some questions? We can be a little bit relaxed now, as long as Eduardo has time. The only thing after this is some games. So, yeah, any comments or questions, please raise your hand and unmute your microphone. But if not, I take it just to mean that the session was so comprehensive and very detailed that no questions were necessary. Well, okay. Seems it's
I would like to come in at this point. So we often have the situation that after a session, there are no questions. And then we're polite and we kind of rephrase it the way you just did. Well, this means everybody has explained everything in the best way possible. And I think that is not always the case, and we kind of know it. And so while nobody else has something to talk, I would just like to give another opportunity for people to speak up, maybe not directly related to any of these presentations, maybe a bit more general or so. So if you have a thought that you haven't shared, but that's relevant here, perhaps for others, give it another thought. And let's say if after a minute nobody does that, then we can close the session.
Excellent. Yeah, thank you, Daniel, for chipping in. That's completely right. The questions don't necessarily need to be related to the session or the program content in the exact moment. And I hope our facilitators and moderators here as well keep an eye on the chat and transpose any of the questions to our back channel chat that we can ask on people's behalf. If you don't feel comfortable speaking, you can write and one of us will try to pick up the chat and ask it on your behalf. And like I mentioned before, we have a little bit of time now. So if you think of questions and they come up during the games round, speakers might not be available to answer the questions, but we can certainly write them down and try to get those questions to them and try to get them to answer and get that answer to you. So whilst that happens, and if people want to chime in, just raise your hand. If you want to have maybe a little conversation, there can also be a thing, direct a question to the group on some other subject. But I just want to say to everyone here, I'll do a little closing that, yeah, well, thanks everyone for being here at WikidataCon Day 2. Especially our speakers, Doreen, Camillo, Tiago, Daniel, Reno, Alan, Hussein, Anor, Ismail, and Eduardo. Your content, your sessions is what makes WikidataCon special. Thank you to everyone in the audience who joined us on this Saturday. And also I want to give a quick shout out to the team here, especially our technical support, Sani and Louisa. Alan, Lydia, Ifatu, and myself. Give yourself a quick pat on the shoulder. Yes, thank you. So if anyone wants to say anything, please start now, because soon we will end the recording and then we will lose that important conversation topic for the future. All right. Then I see games as being shouted out in the chat channel. Then I will say tech support, if you could please end the recording. And to everyone else, we're going to take, I think we'll take about a 5-minute break just to have a cup of coffee, have some water, go to the bathroom, and then we'll be back for games. And you won't see me like this anymore, but I'll be in front of my laptop screen. So see you soon.